Good evening, good evening. How we doing? Happy Monday, everyone. Hope you all had a good weekend. It's a very relaxed weekend, to be honest. The video finished off on Saturday, that was alright. And then, I haven't earned here. Yeah, just took it easy. Played a little teensy bit of Avowed and substantially more Cyberpunk, which was fun. I'm doing well in that game now. Ticking along nicely. Yeah, decently chilled weekend. A few other creative bits and pieces. Squinting at stuff because I can't see without my glasses, but right now I can't really see with them either, so correct to that. Evening Tango, evening Adyran. I assume that's me getting that right. I can't really see, but looks about right. Small font and no lenses. There we go. I am right. Wonderful. We're going to dive back into Avowed. Looking forward to. I made a couple of changes actually on Thursday night. I think it was. Over the week, at some point anyway. Some point in the dim distant reaches of the past. So we'll have a look at those before we push on any further. Tweaked my build a little bit. Which is one of the fun things with Avowed. You absolutely can do that. See whether or not I've made smart decisions or not, but I think it aligns with my build anyway. So, there you are. Did we see the stream that the Skyblivion devs did over the weekend as well? That was quite cool. Their little Oblivion remake using the Skyrim engine is coming along. They're expecting to release it later this year. And it's quite impressive. It still looks mostly like Oblivion, but way more updated. It's kind of a remake project, so it looks quite cool. I might, maybe, possibly, depending on what happens, give it a go. We'll see. Depends how the stars align and so on. Other than they want to release it later this year, they haven't given a more specific date than that. So it does look cool, though. There's some bits that are a bit disproportionately too nice, though. I noticed like some of the armor models look amazing, but the world around them it looks kind of less high resolution in some ways, or at least it did on the stream. But still looks pretty darn cool, I thought. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Right, I will probably need to. Yes, I will. Bippity boopity boop. Yeah, that one, I think. Louder than anticipated. Evening, Noel. How are you doing? There's tickling me, my arm. Right, so we are hanging out at the party camp just north of town, aren't we? And you may notice, if you remember, that at the bottom of the screen there are a couple of differences. So, that's where we are. I think we're just on to main quests now, aren't we? Treasure map, which I haven't found yet, that's way off. And then find the watch and report thing about still on time in the end. Yeah, cool. So, that's cool. So what I have done, as you see, is we've got some slight adjustments to the spells and stuff I have available. The Grimoire I've got is still the same. It's a couple of ice spells, an electric spell and a fireball. I like that. But I've got some other cool stuff down below because I'm using my Grimoire in one hand, but a pistol in the other. Kerok's Pride, which we took from a smuggler that we took out one of the bounties. And I've got this not terribly attractive outfit on here as well. Oh, and other good news. Let's do that. Cool. So, yeah. But the changes I made, I took a bunch of stuff out of the... well, a bunch of points out. Mostly the distribution's fairly similar. So I no longer have the minor missiles thing going on, because it was good, but... I had plenty of other things that were better, like chill blades, which is really useful for doing damage and freezing things quickly. There's a bunch of other cool stuff on here, particularly parasitic stuff that I hear is quite good. But and Fan of Flames wasn't bad. But I decided to go a slightly different direction because I've got all of this stuff. I learnt Grimoire Snap, which I can use as a knockback if things get up close and personal, which is useful. And then, of course, I've got these in the Grimoire as well. I've got reduced essence penalty for armour. And I jumped over to the Ranger tree because we're using a pistol, not a wand, and put my points first into Tanglefoot, which is another way of keeping people away from me while I dish out punishment with other spells and my pistol, so that's useful. And I think I had to take that to unlock other stuff, although I'm not entirely sure on that point. And I put a point into marksmanship, which basically increases my damage with guns. So, yeah, that seemed like a good idea. Looking at the Ranger tree, there's actually a bunch of stuff that appeals to kind of a number of different builds, because oh yeah, I put a point to evasive as well to reduce the stamina cost of my dodge. That's good for literally everybody. There's marksman there. Tanglefoot's good for some. These are swords and spears and daggers, but not great weapon. Two-handed weapons, the one-handed kind. So useful for a number of different kind of builds. Then you get overlap with the kind of shields and stuff here, which are good if you want to go down the fighter road. But I've overlapped with the wizard stuff, so yeah. We'll try out our new set of abilities. So, other than those two quests, I don't think we really have very much left to do here. Can't get in here, so that's fine. These are all, I mean, not too bothered about. I'd like to get rid of these patches of fog of war, but most of them are in inaccessible bits of mountains, so it's not an issue, but it's also kind of like, it makes the place look untidy. Now the Paradise High Tower has its own map, so there's that. But yeah, I think we need to head off this way and find the Watcher and keep an eye out for the treasure map, because I still haven't managed to figure out where this spot is. We've got what looks to be a broken bridge over a gorge here and a cave near it. So I'm... Oh, that wasn't quite a plan. So I'm thinking that's probably off ahead. So let's go. Yeah, doing good over here, thanks now. A decent weekend, not too over the top. Ooh, cool. Hey, not so subtle hint that, because we get up here. You can't make the jump. However, the game does tell you about this earlier on, but there is quite a cool feature. Namely, that if you've got either ice spells or ice grenades, if you throw them in the right spot, you can create yourself a little platform and then hop clear. Kyle have to teleport because... Oh, yeah, no, I think he teleported. There we are. Another Zorit camp here. Ooh. Exciting, but all nice and worth having. Yeah, it's a fun little environmental piece. Kind of drawing on Larry in a little bit there. We've got the Divinity Original Sin games. I don't know if they did. They kind of did it a bit in Baldur's Gate, but not quite so much. You can combine different spells and things to create different effects. Like cast a rain spell to create a wet surface, and then throw an electric spell on the top of it to electrify that water surface and stuff like that. You see, Evening Grey, how we doing? Nose is a bit clogged. Can I get up there? Doesn't look like it. Well, there's anything up there anyway. Keep our eyes out for this cave. Because I've been pretty much everywhere else and haven't found it, but I haven't been up here. Oh, there's a nice little arch. Yes, I did say go and use spells. If need be. Oh, hello, this looks promising. Well, there, less so.
Right behind you.
Oh dear. It's kind of fun. Seems to work so far. I think I might set myself on fire a little bit. Oh well. There's something going on here, but I don't know that I'm getting quite the vibe of that treasure map yet. Wayfarer's Ring, huh? What's the deal with that? Health and essence regeneration from food and potions increased. That's useful. Dexterity is useful. Slowly regenerate essence is also useful. Both are all are good. I will not use it for now though, I don't think. Yeah, I'd imagine the Deathclaw Mask is one of the more valuable ones. It's kind of iconic, I think, Steve. It's a decent spell. Decent sell, rather. Be reading one word and saying it instead of what I meant to say. This is very cool. Yeah, so we've got the ancient memory and the cool frost axe that I'm not using. But still, if you want to do a sword and board, which I think an axe would be a really good bet. If I was going to go sword and board, I probably would go for axe over sword, or because you've got sword, mace, and axe. And mace is slowest but does the most stun. Axe is in the middle. Swords do least stun but are faster. And least damage, of course, as a result. You know, the happy medium works particularly well there. I really do like the two-handed sword, though.
If she discovers any embarrassing secrets, I'll keep them to myself. Promise.
As a two-handed sword's got a pretty cool vibe. It's a pretty lovely spot. Upgraded your ones to heavy attacks, do explosive damage. Blow walls out with it now, that's handy. And it does shock damage, and that's pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, it's a good job we got a spare, don't see?
No, that wasn't me. But it was. How am I ever supposed to return to the farm?
Perturbed patron. Sup, buddy?
Be careful, godlike. Runid has such power. God, such terrifying power.
Not really concerned. You're alright, let him continue. Let him continue.
Oh, she told me such terrible things. I was a wicked person in my last life. Evil to the core. So many dead. By my hands.
It's in the past, leave it there. What if she's wrong? Then you need to use this life to make amends. You seriously believe that nonsense? Everyone knows what sorts of frauds. Let him continue. Let him continue, I think.
I just want to go back home. To the farm. How can I possibly face
It's very smooth beard.
Knowing what I know. I keep telling myself that person, that murderer isn't me, but they were. They are.
No, they aren't. The wheel changes at all. You're no exception. Keep telling yourself that you want to find by your past life. If you really feel you need to return, use this life to change the world for the better. That works. I mean, any of those are kind of okay. I'd go with 3 or 1. But Arcane Scholar's my unique background, so I'm going with that one.
I suppose you have a point. Thank you. I think. Oh. Make sure to toss a coin into the pond behind the Watcher's home after your reading.
Why is that?
Why, it's tradition. Runid doesn't accept payment for her readings. So this is what people do. What you do is your decision, but you have been warned.
Interesting. I don't see a reason not to do that, unless, of course, that this guy is actually doing it as an attempt to get me killed. So I will probably save before I do that. Who Needs Home is pretty darn cool. Lovely. Now I've got a bit of sleep in the eye. Shortcut out of here, I suppose? Slightly juddery chicken there, then. You're not doing this nonsense again, are you? Good. Yeah, that's literally immediately a little bit better now it's back on the right. Back on the right. Upscaling thingamajig. There's a door there and there's a door there. Maybe I should use this one and knock, really, if it's an option.
Step closer, godlike.
Nice house. Invitation from the Claviger. Reunion, my people, tell me what happened in your village, or at least what they understand of it. First, allow me to offer my sympathies. The wilderness is unforgiving, mysterious, and perhaps worst of all, unapologetic. Second, I invite you to reside in Paradise for as long as you'll have us. Your needs will be taken care of. All we ask in return is to make use of your talents as Watcher. Whenever you're ready for a new beginning, the gates of Paradise will be open to you. Claviger Amond, rather. That's cool. Curious. Nice little tree in our house. Really nice house.
If it is a watcher you seek, then a watcher you have found.
How many Pepe,
so far.
Why have you come to me, godlike?
So that you know you can nick all the coin from the pond. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure I want to do that, although I kind of do need cash, so there is that. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the game, Pepper. Right. So, figure so far. What have you come? Okay. I died and returned. You're supposed to give me a clean bill of health. Eora said you could help me. I've been hearing voices. Well, a voice, singular. You tell me, Watcher. I don't feel inclined towards antagonizing it. An arcane scholar ought to know there's some basis to this. So that's a bit kind of meh. I think I'm going to go with Liviana said you could help me. I could go with that one, but I think it's probably more the point.
Help? No. I can open your eyes, but you must learn to see. Let's have a look at you then. You who came to these shores on a royal errand. You who have died and returned. To open the door to your soul, we must first open a door to your mind. Now repeat after me. I stand on the shore between here and beyond.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. Seems, I don't know, I'm curious as to what the heck that is, but...
Very good. Spoken with conviction.
Fancy Skyrim. Yeah, it's definitely some of those vibes.
Into bottomless depths.
Less open world and a bit more focused, but on the whole, it's pretty cool, yeah.
The lake is a mirror. The mirror is a door. And the door stands open.
You're making this up. Lie, this isn't working, I don't feel anything. Huh? I feel something.
A door? A garden gate?
Impossible. Someone is here with us? How?
Kai's standing right there for starters.
Who are you? What are you? Show me what you are.
A hand knocks on our bark. Do we answer? How can they see?
What
Skyrim reduction.
Old and forgotten. Echoes of echoes. An uninvited passenger?
Of sorts.
Curious. Something clings to your soul. Felt, but unseen.
Voices. Echoes in the placid lake. Shelter the seed from winter. Who reaches for our bars? Who speaks?
The voice seems reluctant to be seen, and I don't like that very much.
Soul, and hereby close that which was open. The door is shut, the reading finished. Well, that was truly unexpected.
To understand what happened, you're telling me I was tingling all over. Seemed distant for a moment there. You're right. Did you really hear a voice in my head just now? What happened?
I am pleased to report I made contact with your soul, and then with something I cannot name. First, the good news. Not only is your soul healthy, it is strong, powerful. Strange for one who so recently died. Death leaves a scar, but you are unmarked. Instead of passing through the beyond, your soul was nurtured, protected, caged.
Soft. The shell cushions the egg.
You only live because someone would not permit you to die. But I wonder, who?
What does it mean I have a strong soul? God's voice in my head, you tell me. What does it mean I have a strong soul?
Of that, I am unsure. You might find that you suddenly have new abilities that manifest in battle, for instance. Or you may feel a spiritual connection to ancient places, like memories not your own. But that does not explain who pulled you from the grasp of death. Who would do such a thing?
Voice in my head, whatever it may be.
I can say much, but that thing, whatever it is, eludes me. It has been years since I met a godlike. Their souls have a sonorous quality, like the music of a bell. A godlike soul sings together with the god that has claimed them, made them their own. It gives them power. Your
Unlimited.
soul.
What?
It has no chime. In its place, a thorn jabs at your essence, working its way to the surface.
Yeah, I don't think that's good. It sure doesn't sound it. Yeah, so this is whatever that voice is. My current reigning theory is a forgotten god is trying to claw its way back into the world. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it's coming at our benefit. Although that memory we experienced last time looks like it may possibly have been a memory from a past life of ours, or connected to a memory of one of our past lives. So interesting to see how that goes. I don't like the sound of that. Can you do something about it?
One cannot remove something so deeply entwined with their nature. Not entirely.
Deny the heart. Air is not air.
I told you the good news. Now comes the bad, or the unusual. When you came into this life, a thorn pierced the fabric of your soul, and your soul grew around it, trapping and embracing the invader. A godlike's time is a gift, a blessing. But a godlike's thorn? That may be a curse.
I've been unlucky for the moment set foot on the island. Which one of the gods did this to me? Could the voice in my head be the thorn?
Can a soul commune with itself? A fascinating idea.
I don't think it's exactly a sense of self. I think it's an external thing.
We know that a god touched you at birth, but which one and why? They always signed their work, and none of them lay claim to you. Disturbing. Terrible. There are so few godlike remaining, and you are a stranger even
One less after we got into an argument with Sargamus the other day. Sadly, that reduced the number of godlike by one further. I'm healthy but cursed and alone. Where do I go from here? I'm hearing you don't have the answer to seek, so I'm healthy but cursed and alone.
Better luck in your next life.
Oh, thanks.
I wish I could tell you that everything will work out in your favor. But the wheel turns by a merciless hand. One word of advice. When you find a pillar of Adyran, commune with it. Adyran has a strong link to the beyond.
Yes, we're aware of this.
Adyran holds the path between this life and the next, a conduit for souls all around Eora. Through Adyran, a soul may find its way back to the wheel, to be born again. But the Adyran here, in the living lands, is different, insular. It connects only to itself, twisting vines, essence warping into essence.
Interesting. When we built the Totem of Wodika, we heard a memory of Wodika's communicating with one of the other gods and discussing a presence separate from the connection with the rest of the world. And as she's saying, the Adyran here is unconnected to the Adyran elsewhere, and the Living Lands is almost like a separate space that's like not part of the rest of the world. Curious. You think the godless who lived here might not have been quite so godless? Yeah, I'm thinking, like, also connected with that memory that we had, it kind of seems that way. We just don't know much about what god they may have had as a patron. Sultry consignment start having bad effects? Possible, yeah. That's a possibility. Let's have a look at the Bereth's wheel. There you go. Cycle of reincarnation. Got Bereth, goddess of cyclical death, churns departed souls through the process of cleansing and rebirth so they might live again. Yeah. The Adyran is insular. Where do the souls go? Good question. Adyran has the answer to seek. Touched a pillar, heard a voice. What does it have to do with my god? If the Adyran is insular, where does the souls go?
That I do not know. My duty is to settle souls. I cannot guide them through the beyond.
Didn't settle that lad outside very much.
Adyran, commune with it. Take heed of its lesson. Adyran may pave your road to the truth, or it may lead to a dead end. But the journey will teach you. That I promise. Before we close, have you any final questions?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to some of the other ones that we had before, but unfortunately, it shuts me out. This still does annoy me. Loads of avenues of questions that I'd want to ask. You know, you pick one and it's like, yep, that's it. You can't ask any of the other questions. Like, yeah, I can circle back to that. We do that in conversation all the time. Why can't I do that here? It's very annoying. It's, yeah. Hopefully, when eventually they follow up with another game, because hopefully they will, that is something that they will improve on. There's a few areas around combat and sort of things like that could be a little bit more improved upon and iterated on as well. But yeah, stuff like that could definitely be done a little better, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Pillars myself, but not a great deal either. Remember 5 Magician series as my god restrained by remaining gods, imprisoning them at the core of the planets. Only God's thoughts can reach out to affect man. Yeah, I've read Magician a couple of times actually, Steve, but none of the others beyond that. I've kind of thought about it, for some reason never actually gone through with it. I've got a fuzzy friend down here. Yeah. Good book, Magician. Buster wants to make sure I'm okay. Can you tell my friend Kai about itself? It's been enlightening. Am I okay?
As you understand the word, yes. You fell into death, and a guiding hand lifted you back onto your feet.
That guiding hand, whatever it is, must be what brought you back to life at Liviana's.
Your soul is healthy, but it is also a mystery beyond my sight.
It's doing weird things. You tell Kai about his soul?
Kai, your soul is heavy, burdened, yet something is missing. Something not easily replaced.
Hey, we don't need to make this all about me.
Yeah, there's something in this about souls coming back slightly less than they were each time they take a trip around the wheel. Like, it does sound like that means eventually they'll be annihilated. But there's a whole load of questions there that I don't really understand, and this game at least hasn't explained anyway. Sounds interesting, Safe. You know, shouldn't you, right? It's been enlightening. Well, actually, no, it hasn't really, but...
For us both, I assure you. Safe travels, godlike, and thank you for the glimpse at your wonderful soul. I will pray that your next turning of the wheel is uneventful. Until then, you are bound to live a rich and complicated life.
You'll take that over a boring one, probably.
Let's get out of here.
I could hear the cat up to no good, but just being weird on the other side of the room. That's okay. If you don't mind, I have a little shufty upstairs. Your house is very interesting looking, and I want to have a poke around. We need a dream journal. Another restless night. I watched people scream, flee, and die as a mountain toppled over and buried them. Overhead, the great tree spread out its branches to eclipse the very stars, and its bark a dazzling array of colours. The dreams are getting stronger, but not clearer. Whose soul am I detecting, and why is my sight blurred when I try to focus on it? When I last had the dream, it augured the death of my village and by a maddening blight. What is the dream trying to tell me now? I do not understand. Maybe I'm not meant to. Maybe it's for someone else. Ooh. Well, it sounds a little bit like the cataclysm that we remembered in... that is a pretty cool window. In the memory last time. Some nice bits and pieces. course, now you come down here, okay? Come on, buddy. He won't bloody move, and she's walking back in front of me. I'm gonna start shooting fools in a minute. There's a chicken in her house. Wrong button. Nice. I'd like to throw... Oh, there we go. Again, didn't seem to want to let me for a minute there, but I had to climb into the water quite some way to do that. It's not really worth stealing if a handful of copper. Oh, I see. It's asking me if I want to do it again. Let's see if there's anything up there, shall we? Nice. I think I'm getting up there. Okay. This house is very cool. So I haven't seen any sign where this treasure map might be. Doesn't look like it's there. Honestly, that trip to the Watcher wasn't particularly informative, other than that whatever it is that's, this voice is that's clinging onto my soul is distinctly not keen to be observed by others. Right. Geronimo? Wow. Doesn't look like that's it, does it?
Unseen.
Oh, there's another fat. Not sure where that zipped off to, but hey.
Just like the good old days.
Maybe character yellow and forward. Yeah. Sometimes even when perhaps I wish they might not have done. The old sluice gate there. Got a theory, maybe a possible shred of an idea, but I don't know. Yeah, I have a funny feeling they won't allow that one, Steve. I don't think that one will fall through the cracks. It'll be interesting to see what they do with fishing. Oh, I took you lot out. Catch. Oops, that wasn't quite the plan. More damage from my own stupidity there than anything else. What the heck got me there? Something managed to do quite a lot of damage to me, surprisingly. I thought everybody down here was dead already. Yeah, I'm wondering if this spot I'm looking for might be out in this direction, possibly. So it's like there's some kind of broken off bridge thing, and then the cave's in front of it. Sure looks like it could be it, doesn't it? I think that's it. This way, apparently. Okay, yeah, I missed this little pathway. That looks like it to me. Gotcha. Yeah. Maybe we'd find it eventually. Nothing else here but the box. Steel Gear's Pride, medium armor, unique, nice. Uncommon leather armor. So, this is this weird, only slightly less maximum stamina. Everything else, the damage reduction's not as good, interestingly. So it's actually not as good on the whole, which is surprising. Oh wait. No, that makes more sense. I was looking at the cuirass. Better damage reduction. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Cast Barbaric Shout when taking damage greater than 30% of max health, which interrupts enemies and stuff. And stamina regeneration rate. Not terrible. Not really worth it to me. I'm curious what it looks like though. Oh dear. Yes. Well, something about a fearsome codpiece to spice things up in the bedroom, wasn't there? Well, we got it. It's going to go back to the camp though. That's I will just get pelt. I've got loads of that. Needs selling, I think. Yeah. Cool. So, back to town, I think. We'll sell some stuff on the way. The leg armor on that set. Yeah. I mean, the boots are not part of it, but the upper part is not bad. I'm not entirely sure what kind of build you might be playing that you go for medium armor though. Surely you know, unless you got really, really good extra features on it, maybe.
Good, you made it back.
Cool. How am I doing for cash now? A little bit better. Good blend of protection and mobility. Yeah, I feel like if you really want to go for a dodge build, just go for light armor and reduce the amount of stamina you're losing. Yeah, you'll have less protection from it, but if you're leaning into dodging, you shouldn't need it too much, in theory. But otherwise, if you want to go tanky and take the hits and use shields and stuff, then heavy armor would seem like the way. I feel like medium armor just doesn't really have much of a place. Unless it's supposed to be a placeholder until you can get heavy armor, but it kind of isn't, you know. The cost is very niche. I mean, maybe not, I don't know. So...
You died, but you're here.
Yes, of course.
Am I glad to see you?
Back into, well, into the embassy for the first time. Not been here before. Cartographers Guild Volume 1. Longest renowned Cartographers Guild served the Emperors and Queens of Adyr. It is we who are responsible for the creation and distribution of the many maps throughout the Empire. Whether to direct travellers throughout the expanse that is Adyr, or to guide ship captains on their voyages throughout Eora, or simply to adorn the walls of an aristocrat's home, one can rest assured that the Cartographers Guild is behind the creation of every one of these works of art. For over 2 centuries, since the Noble Expedition Corps discovered the Eastern Reach, we have worked and laboured to keep all of the Empire and her colonies supplied with accurate, high-quality maps. God's willing, we'll continue to do so for centuries to come. Adyran Empire Part 1 Origin, if you happen to want to go into that. It's a bit more than I really want to dive into right now. Adyr Customs, Feast of Feasts, Sweet Treat, Carnival of the Mask, and Winter's End. Ah. Holidays. Contrary Letter, there we go. Ambassador Heelguard. I've maintained the order in Paradise for many years. I know the city. When there is a good leader and a fair policy, there is peace. But you've allowed the Steel Garrote to terrorise my people to sow distrust and fear. I suggest you tighten your Inquisitor's leash, or the embassy might not carry your banners for long. At Claviger Amond. Hey, she's causing problems, and you better do something about it, or I will. Steel Garrote report. I found this book on a public bench after careful study. Scribe concerned handwriting matches the signature of found on scrolls of Tane's chaotic orb. Be advised that Tane is in the living lands. As a member of the Circle of Archmagi, he has a license to go where he pleases. We were observing at a distance, but no one is to engage him. Tane is either a harmless fool or one of the most dangerous people alive, and we can't take the chance. Tane's diary. Dear Diary, here I am in the living lands. This island might not be the safest vacation spot, but it's certainly the most colourful, also the most flavourful according to these mushrooms, and mushrooms seldom lie. Before I forget, I promised Bacana that I'd bring back a souvenir. There's a rumour of a fallen star in Emerald Stair. It could be a nice addition to her collection. Message scribbled inside the car. If found, please return to Tane the Outrage, author of Tane's Chromatic Orb. Yeah, no wonder they managed to match the handwriting. It literally tells you where to look. Adyr Empire 2, expanding borders. I think I might have already read that. Wanted to walk everywhere in Skyrim because the more you explored, the more you found. Yeah, I'm enjoying exploring in this game as well. Kind of fast traveled a little bit when I've got somewhere specific to be, but I've done most of the exploring here now anyway. Twice, to be honest, so. Too frugal to pay for a carriage or horse. Yeah, I liked exploring in Skyrim, especially when you've modded it up and it's much more fun then. Skyrim's bleak wilderness. This is true of the Yorkshire Dales, yeah. It's definitely pretty, this game, for sure. It's not as bleak. Garrick, you annoying git.
None of the clerks believe my story. I'll keep trying. But there's not much to be done for Fort Northreach.
Guess I don't get to keep that. Nope, only this fellow to talk to. I have no idea how you put... Nope, I'm not even going to try.
Envoy, hello. I'm glad to see you on your feet.
Dude!
Kai. Tej.
I'm surprised
okay.
they let you in here.
I'm surprised you're still gainfully employed.
Do we have a problem here? Perception, I'm apparently not quite perceptive. You know each other. What's going on between you two? Keep it to yourselves. I'm not going to intimidate him. That's not really my deal. Do we know it? You two know each other?
I wouldn't say that. He's just curious company for you to keep.
Retains are hardly uncommon in Paradise, or so I'm not given to understand. Say no more. Hardly uncommon.
It's nothing like that. You run into all sorts of characters around here, is all. Some more polite than others.
I think there's more to the story here.
Well, Kai? Come on, it's funny. Tej caused a ruckus last time he was slumming it at the Ballarrock. You were trying to kill a man, if I remember right. I had to put you outside.
You threw me into the canal.
You lived.
That water's filthy. I had the runs for 3 days.
Gods, Tej. The Envoy doesn't need to know that.
Neither do I. Like anybody does. Did we try and kill somebody?
The fellow cheated me. I couldn't let that slide. Or he'd think we were all marks.
It was over a dice game, right? Tej here has a gambling problem.
Great. Let's air all my troubles. Is there anything else?
The bartender sleeping with your girlfriend.
You're lying.
You sure about that?
It's just
Talk about
mean.
this later.
I'm not breaking up with her for you. Just so we're clear.
That's more than enough. Thank you. Was there anything I could help you with, Envoy?
You're not going to stand up to Kai? Hoping you might answer a few questions. A few questions.
Naturally, sir. How can I help you?
Understand Paradise better. Emperor didn't have time to brave with me on the living lands. What do I need to know? Hearing a lot about Ludwin, Huichi, Meadow Watcher, strange experience. Like to know more about him. Ambassador Secretary, what's he like? Tell me about Paradise. Probably not going to be helpful, but anyway. When was it founded here? Who lives here? Let's work our way through.
For a particular year, the first thing you should know about Paradise is that this isn't the kind of place where the locals keep records. And though it might be considered a distant backwater by the rest of the world, this city is the height of civilization by the standards of the living lands. As for who calls this place home, I suspect you could find a criminal, confidence man, or prophet from every civilization in the world here.
Hey,
yeah, those classes are a bit crazy.
Give the Envoy the wrong idea. We've got draft dodgers, courtesans, and revolutionaries too. You know, all the fun people.
In any event, as far as I can tell, Paradise has been this way since its inception. Thus the eclectic display of architectural styles. If nothing else, this city is a reflection of the countless people who have passed through it on their way to the interior.
What's Ada doing here?
Depends on who you ask. Ambassador Heelgard will tell you that our remit here is to establish a secure and orderly environment from which to engage in trade. Inquisitor Ludwin will tell you we're here to break the frontier.
So, which is it?
Why not both?
I'm not hearing anything about the Dreamscourge.
That's where you come in. Whether you find your desires aligning with the ambassadors or the inquisitors, neither can succeed until the Dreamscourge is ended. We are only beginning to see its effects here in Domshore, but the closer to the center of the island you go, the worse it gets.
Interesting.
That bear you and the ambassador encountered in the Strangle Route isn't even the worst of it. And the tide of this soul plague is rising higher every day.
So it sounds like if this Dreamscourge is coming from whatever the imprisoned voice is, seems they're only partially imprisoned in the Beyond and possibly centered somewhat in the center of the living lands, which kind of tracks, really. How do the Paradises feel about us? About what you'd expect?
For all that I complain about this backwater, there are good people here. Same as anywhere else. People who want to be able to walk to the market in the morning for their bread and eggs and know they won't be mugged. People who like it when the mail comes on time, and their skates are made from real copper, and their neighborhood peeping Tom ends up in the stocks. Those people, good and honest people, who pay their debts and honor their contracts and remember to thank the gods. They like us a lot.
I'm not so convinced by that. Maybe, what about the good and honest people who just want the hell to be left alone and not subject to necessarily the more right-wing leaning beliefs of Adir? As we found out when we did that quest for the bathhouse. Tell me about people who tried to kill me.
The Resistance, as such, are largely a group of misfits and criminals intent on undermining.
How do we know it was the
rule of law.
Resistance?
They take out loans with small Adyran banking houses and do not pay them, then assault the bankers who attempt to collect. They agree to contracts with families in Adyr seeking homes, and when their ships arrive, promptly abandon them. When we led
Sounds
their
rather like
small
propaganda
tax
to
to fund
me.
the repair of city roads, they set our counting house on fire. And when our fishermen returned to port, they bore their ships and sink them.
That's certainly one way to characterize them. It's not exactly wrong, but it's not exactly right either.
For decades, people like them ruled this city through fear. We imposed order, and now they oppose us. You, unfortunately, were caught in the crossfire.
I'm not quite convinced I believe his take there, but anyway. Tell me more about Living Lands.
There's a lot of ground to cover. Could you be more specific?
How do the Living Lands and Adyr compare on a map?
Ah, the age-old question. Who's bigger? Adyr is, naturally, by a wide margin. And were we at the Cartographers Guild in High Crown, I could show you on one of their globes. As it is, we must make do in the theater of our minds.
Where are we? Well, we're northeast. Weather, terrain, what to expect further
The
in.
Living Lands are more arid than Adyr, and the island is more prone to storms. But its many deep valleys protect the various townships from the worst of the weather. Topographically speaking, the Living Lands are a place of extremes. Deep inland, mountains rise high enough to rival those of the White March, blanketed year-round in snow. While east of the volcano of Mount Forja is an acid sea that sinks far below the level of the ocean. The lands between them are riven with deep clefts in the earth and isolated by wastelands of sun-baked sand dunes.
I have a feeling we'll be ending up there eventually. Other questions?
I'll share what I can.
Who's in power here?
There's no singular authority in the Living Lands.
Not yet, anyway.
3 city-states,
I
really.
shudder to think what the Living Lands would look like under
4.
your rule.
Well, to start, there'd be a lot more brothels.
Charming. Power is invested in the leaders of the various townships scattered across the island. The largest are Fjord, Thirdborn, and Solace. None of which, I will note, are as safe and orderly as Paradise.
Somehow, I suspect that's not entirely true, but anyway. Let's work backwards. Tell me about Solace.
Solace is, what is there to say, really?
Yeah, they tend to have that effect on people.
The trouble is, I don't know much about Solace. Nobody does. They are an isolationist community of Pogrunan dwarves who live in the forbidding ways of Galawain's tusks. They don't let outsiders into their lands, and they don't let their people out of them.
Some folks get out from time to time, but they can't ever go back.
Interesting.
And the ones who survive aren't eager to talk about their experiences.
People aside, the land itself is incredibly hostile. The island's volcano, Mount Forja, rests at the heart of the region, and it's recently become active.
Oh, fun.
Half the land is lava rock, and the other half is, well, literally lava. I don't know why anyone lives there. I have to assume they're all insane.
Maybe you just
no idea.
Don't know what you don't know. Tell me more about the Pogrunan dwarves.
Naturally. The Pogrunan are a unique community of mountain dwarves originating in Old Valia. As a people, they've made their name as explorers, builders, miners. No doubt you've seen their ruins in your travels, here, back home in Adyr, and all across the world. They maintain a rich tradition of oral storytelling, chanted magics, and ritual carving, which they take great pains to record and transmit across their various communities. Even the most physically isolated Pogrun is not alone. Somewhere, one of their people is thinking of them and planning an expedition. Abydos must cherish them.
You sound like you admire them.
I suppose I do.
Interesting. Tell me about Thirdborn.
Everything you need to know about Thirdborn is in its name. It was founded by the Thirdborn children of Rawatai, Navy dropouts, smugglers, and hands for hire. Almawa and Orleans, mostly.
Home sweet home.
You're free to go back any time you like.
I like my current circumstances just fine, thanks.
They are people, in short, who couldn't cut it in the civilized world and had to make room on the margins.
That doesn't sound prejudiced at all.
Unfortunately, they are currently besieged by the Dreamscourge. We have sent some troops to lend what help we can, and the mayor, Temerity, was appropriately grateful, but I don't know how long they'll hold out.
Tell me more about the Rauatai.
Rauatai is one of the old empires, every bit as storied as Grand Valia or our native Adyr. If Adyr is to the southwest of the Living Lands, Rauatai is to the southeast. And unlike our home, their small continent is racked by terrible storms. This is due, or rather, was due, to the island's proximity to Andra's mortar, the unending super hurricane that once hid the ancient city of Ukaizo. Rauatai is largely peopled by Almawa, descended from those who fled the Deadfire Archipelago centuries ago, when Andra pulled the moon, Ioni Brather, into the sea. They are an aggressive, militant culture, and personally, I find their obsession with gunpowder rather quaint. They are also our chief rivals on the world stage.
I don't think they see it that way.
No?
Well, as far as Navy brass is concerned, Adyr doesn't really rate.
Now you're just making things up.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we don't think about you at all.
Yeah, it sounds like it's more of a wind-up than a fact. But yeah, there's a little bit of sort of background relating particularly to Pillars of Eternity 2 there. What should we know about Fior?
Fior Messaverno is located in a valley known locally as the Emerald Stair, named for the terraced rice paddies that cover its hillsides.
Oh, that's cool.
It is our closest neighbor. The city, if you can call it that, was founded 50 years ago by animancers from the Valian Republics. Apparently, the laws governing animancy weren't lenient enough in the Republics. So the city's founders came to the Living Lands, where they could practice their discipline more freely. Currently, Fior is governed by a man named Ignacy Vidaro. Rather inept to hear the ambassador talk about him. Fior's
yes,
farmers
the ambassador's not
supply most of the
exactly
grain and
overburdened with
vegetables we
skill
eat here in
himself.
Paradise. Or it did. Their shipments have been infrequent lately. Something about a blight in the fields. In any event, I believe that covers Fior.
Anything to tell me about Valia?
The Valian Republics are a collection of city-states in the Eastern Reach, southeast of our former colony, the Deerwood. The Republics began life as colonies of the Grand Empire of Valia, hence the name. But as Grand Valia's economy collapsed, well, the colony saw an opportunity to escape the influence of the Empire of Origin, and they seceded, much as the Deerwood did from Adyr. Now a mature confederation in their own right, the Republics have recently indulged their own expansionist ambitions in the Deadfire Archipelago. Through their merchants in the Valian Trading Company, the Republics will sell you anything you could ever wish to buy.
Up to and including people.
We should count ourselves lucky they've had no interest in the Living Lands.
Yeah,
In a struggle between
little.
our Emperor and the Republic's great dukes, well, I doubt we would come out on top. But
Interesting.
if anyone asks, I was not the one who told you that.
That's interesting.
Of course.
Alright, we know enough about Watchers and don't really want to pursue that with him. Tell me about Inquisitor Ludwin.
Consider yourself lucky. Inquisitor Ludwin is the commander of the Steel Garrote in Paradise. Were you to ask her, she'd say she keeps the peace. But she doesn't keep it so much as prosecute it. As ruthlessly as the ambassador will let her.
Well, I don't think the ambassador's got
the Steel Garrote's campaign in the Deadfire.
much hold on her.
She's a Death Guard. Well, that explains a lot.
I don't know what happened to her there, but I suppose Wodica wasn't done with her yet.
Something, person so evil that hell itself spat her back out. Death Guard, where... must be on here somewhere. Need any lore? Here's a big old glossary and lore dunk. Alien trading company, relentless and cutthroat mercantile organisation working for the financial interests of the Vadian republics. Yeah, rather thought so. Deerwood's where the first game is set, Pillars of Eternity. Death Guard. Strong-willed individuals who refuse to die. They cling to life by maintaining a deep connection to some unresolved personal crusade, often tied to their faith. Rare and terrifying, the Death Guards are some of Eora's most brutal and uncompromising villains. That doesn't tell you enough about her, I don't know what would. We had a Death Guard standing watch over the archives. It's Briggenhall. Okay, that's interesting.
Cryptic Neil. I remember him fondly.
How did you manage to remember him?
I took every upper-level course the university offered on memory and recall to circumvent the Walian glamour on him. And even then, it only barely worked. I had to look at him out of the corner of my eye and half cross them while thinking of something dreadfully boring like, grimoire repair. On the upside, it's made me an exceptional clerk. But that's neither here nor there. We were discussing Death Guards.
Tell me about them.
Death Guards are surpassingly rare.
Should think so.
Some of the secretaries who traveled with our dignitaries in the Deadfire spoke of one named Iser, a devotee of Berith, who guards the hanging sepulchres there. But I have heard of none others except those I've read about in the histories. They are people, most often paladins or priests, so devoted to a cause that they simply refuse to pass on to the wheel when they die. Their soul haunts their body. The passion required to sustain them devours their flesh, and they swiftly turn to bone.
So they're a type of undead,
I've never
then?
read a history nor tale of a Death Guard that did not end with them going quite mad.
Ludwin does sound like a
They lose
problem.
their capacity to care for anything but their cause. They cannot love. And when they cannot love, they cannot be merciful. And so everything before them becomes only an obstacle.
What was Ludwin like before she became a Death Guard? Much the same, I should
only met
imagine.
her once. She was a mid-level member of the Steel Garrote then, chasing oathbreakers who'd fled Adyran law. She'd come back to the Imperial Archives to borrow a map to a place called Oathbinder's Sanctum. I remember she was furious because the map was quite poor. She worried about finding the place, about properly executing her duty to her god. She wanted, I think, to do a good job. So, while clearly she has changed, in some sense, I'd say she's much the same.
Whitaker, Goddess of Vengeance. Ludwin's chosen a challenging
Do you
patron.
think so? I've always found her inflexibility comforting. Boudica's edicts are clear. If you obey her laws, pursue justice, punish the guilty, and give fealty to the Emperor, then you have pleased her, and I aim to please. But Boudica does not trust. She demands that you declare yourself for her again and again. Her every request is a test, and her every test is an opportunity to disappoint her. I appreciate a god who makes you work for their grace. I don't want anything given to me for free.
You're weird, buddy. I think somebody I would avoid and definitely mistrust, because he seems like the sort of person who would take these tests as an excuse to stick you in the back. Which is a kind of betrayal thing that Whitaker wouldn't be into, but I'm pretty sure if he felt that it was in some way justified, there's probably nothing he wouldn't do. He's a little bit... I have a sneaking suspicion that this guy maybe runs off and tattles to Ludwin at every opportunity he gets. He seems a bit like that sort. What do you know about the Steel Garrote?
Think upon your promises and die. That's the litany of the Steel Garrote, usually said right before they kill you. They're an order of paladins born and bred in Adyr, though clearly they've found plenty of work beyond our borders. Their remit is simple but comprehensive. They punish all who break their oaths. In practice, that has historically meant contracts. One lord or merchant will hire the Steel Garrote to bring a duplicitous rival to justice.
Fun bunch. What are they doing in Paradise?
Since the events
So very
in the
single-minded
Deathfire,
doesn't seem like a good thing.
their operations have expanded. The Steel Garrote has always been associated with Wodaka. Now, they are explicitly her order. And they go wherever Wodaka's priests, or Wodaka herself, believes there is a need for them to go. The Living Lands are a dangerous, lawless frontier in sore need of order. Thus, they are here. Or so the Steel Garrote say. By all means.
Tell me about the ambassador.
Well, you'll notice I'm nearly always here. If that man sleeps, I don't know about it. He wouldn't say, but I believe he relied on the Claviger far more than he lets on. And without the Claviger's steady hand at the rudder, the ambassador's struggling just to bail water from the sinking ship that is Paradise.
Claviger Aemon might have tolerated a little more chaos than the ambassador liked, but he kept this place humming.
Yeah.
He's not someone you can easily replace, and not with one man alone.
It's a difficult job. The pressure sometimes gets the better of him. But if he loses his temper now and then, I can't blame him for it. Better him than me.
Same time, on one hand I get rat vibes off this guy, on the other hand I also get like suck up to anybody with power vibes, I think. Maybe he's perhaps more to the point. What's he like when he's not working?
He doesn't know what to do with himself. You know,
strange given how incompetent he seems.
He'd often walk to the end of the docks at sunrise. The work was done, the embassy was closed, and he'd still be wearing the same clothes he'd slept in at his desk. And he'd just stare out over the sea. He always seemed dissatisfied back then. I suppose, years later, he still does.
You don't want his job?
Be serious. Most of us here didn't get sent to the frontier because we were anybody's favorite. The longer I'm here, the more likely the people who matter are to forget me. And I'd actually like to get back to High Crown someday. Get married, have a few kids, take the civil exams, and settle into a permanent clerkship.
I guess there are worse ways to spend a life.
Like rotting in this embassy. Should you ever need me, I will be.
Interesting.
Safe travels, Envoy.
Interesting story, but I don't know if I believe it.
Envoy, is it really you?
Who the heck else would it be? And who's that? Ludwin? Definite Death Guard vibes there. Uncertain letter. Clever Raymond, I know the blightening of the Strangle Route is cause for concern. We must strongly discourage any trade deal that involves buying additional crops from Fiume Severno. We cannot endorse blasphemous trade of much less welcome it to our dinner tables. Sod off with your Adyran law. You're not in Adyr. It doesn't apply here. Basically. Like, we can't do this. It's against the law. Not here. It's not, buddy. It's not about to get banned here either. This is the Hailguard's Journal. Adyran Dialects. Letter to the Inquisitor. Oh, interesting. I have been to the Emerald Stair long enough to confirm my worst suspicions. The people of Fiume Severno care not for the laws of mortals or gods. Animancy and folk magic are peddled in defiance of Wodaka. Yeah, well, they don't follow Wodaka, so laws don't apply then. Crimes are innumerable and their way of life intolerable. All is not lost. Politically, they are unstable, to focus on themselves to notice us. Notice our eager hands tightening the garrote. We await your order, your friend in the forest. Yeah. Fanatics. It wouldn't be so bad if they were actually right. I must admit it's proving impossible to build diplomatic relations. The locals have a natural distrust of outsiders, and we have nothing they want. Inquisitor Ludwin believes time and pressure will prevail, whilst I would that I shared her confidence. Ludwin, under a gaze I could feel, scrutinized down to the bone, picked apart like carrion, and stared through by a pair of cold, motionless eyes that have glimpsed too far beyond the veil, reducing me to some depraved pilgrim who prays only for her ossified claws to work their way under my skin, liberating me from this pathetic envelope until at last we are bound together as a skeletal pair. Limbs intertwined, not as two beings but one. Okay, that's weird. So he's got some weird kind of undead kink for her. There's no shame in being attracted to power. Nevertheless, I must keep such feelings to myself, lest they may be met with revulsion or worse, enthusiasm. The fuck, man? This guy's weird. I'm a little too keen to work with somebody who should really be taken out, put into a pair of concrete shoes and tossed into the bay, probably.
I can't believe you're alive. When they dragged you to Liviona's clinic, I assumed the worst. How do you feel?
Constitution, resolve. Well, I have considered chartering a boat back to Adyran. Ready to get to work? Fine. So who killed me? Grown pitifully, like I've come back from the dead. Ready to get to work.
Your fealty to our homeland can't go.
That wasn't quite what I meant, but anyway.
What an inspiration.
But we'll return to the topic of your untimely demise shortly.
Yeah, because
our first order of business is your purpose here in the Living Lands. Captain Cynric said you have a missive for me from the Emperor.
It seems rather likely that our connection to Adyran is going to get superseded by a connection to the Living Lands. Here you are. Hope this was worth the trouble. Glad to be finally rid of it. Here you go.
Very good. I'm eager to see what our Emperor intends. Now, His Majesty names you a loyal servant of the Adyran Empire, and an extension of the throne's authority. Thank goodness. At least someone understands the gravity of our situation.
Message delivered. Let's talk about my payment. Robin. A few coins for his purse by dogs. Gravity, absolutely. Tempting, but no. His Majesty is concerned with the Crown's efforts in the Living Lands could be jeopardized by the Dreamscourge. Sent me to investigate the Dreamscourge. Sent me to investigate the Dreamscourge.
And I can't think of anyone more suited for the job. You've seen how wild the Living Lands has become, both in nature and in politics. Sometimes I think the island has a mind of its own. No sooner had you arrived than you found yourself at the center of our troubles.
Referring to how I healed the Adyran Strangleroot. Maybe it's something to do with my godlike nature. Also found an arrow in my guts. Yeah, all of the above. Adyran Strangleroot.
Well, not to mention your abrupt and untimely death.
Welcome back now.
This embassy has no shortage of political foes, but the Dreamscourge is what keeps me up at night. You've seen firsthand what it can do in nature. We can't let it reach the cities.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Better get to work. Assuming it's not already here. Sent for me sooner. Now maybe too late. Where'd the name come from anyway? We'll get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, Envoy. The island is in capable hands. Inquisitor Ludwig thinks the plague is a distraction. She's more concerned about these local rebels fighting against the Empire.
Maybe she should get on a boat, sail out, and then, jump off. Go home. Can assume these people are responsible for my death, and you're not, as she should be. Fuck her. Well, tell me about the rebels. Who are they? Is the Living Lands worth all this trouble? I assume these people are responsible for my death?
Your instincts do you credit.
Probably.
They were paradisans once, law-abiding laborers. Now, they're fugitives and oath-breakers hiding amongst the populace.
They've
sabotaged our work, killed our soldiers, and the final straw, attacked you out in the open.
Yeah, gone from law-abiding labourers to being fugitives, maybe. The oath-breaker thing's like, oath to who exactly? I don't know that I buy into that, even if I were as, I kind of get the whole having a passion for not tolerating oath-breaking thing, but on the other hand, chasing people around the world and hunting them down for doing it is more than a little bit fanatically insane. We seem to have it out for us specifically. Well, maybe because you showed up with an army of nutcases and started trying to force them all to do things your way.
Something about labor dispute gone wrong, I think. The Steel Garrote got involved, and it turned quite ugly.
Yeah.
A lot of disputes arise because people here have Strong aversion to being told what to do.
I won't lie to you, Envoy. Our position is tenuous. If we can't even defend ourselves, how are we to defend the living lands? But defend it we must, for the sake of everyone who calls this island home. Inquisitor Ludwine demands that someone hang for the attempt on your life.
Is she volunteering?
Decent rebels must face justice.
Where is Ludwine? Dreamscourge is her top priority. Sounds like she's the one who's really in charge around here. I'll be the one to decide the punishment, if any. I'm going to go with that one, I think. A little frontier justice is good for morale now. I'll be the one to decide punishment, if any.
The choice is yours, as will be the consequences. All I ask is that you use your best judgment.
Not many get a chance to solve their own murder, you know. I know someone who could help. A dwarven tracker named Marius. Kith or beast, there's little he can't find. He's staying at the Grinning Ballarrock, not far from Liviana's infirmary. We just take the main road east to the market, then head down the stairs and cross the canal. Rough part of town, even by the standards of Paradise.
Directions were a bit unnecessary at that point. We're not hunting deer. You've proven so. What can he do that you can't? Consider him. Thanks for the recommendation. What can he do that you can't?
Blend in, for one thing. Marius is from the Tusks, about the harshest and remotest place the gods ever created, even by the standards of the living lands.
Trickery, lies. The gods did not build this place.
Let's just say no one survives
Interesting.
out there without picking up a few skills, the kind we'll need if we're going to find hidden assassins. Especially if they're from the streets of Paradise.
I suggest you recruit as many allies as you can, but choose carefully. They, like you, will represent the Empire. Oh, before you go, we received a report from Liviana about your condition. Apparently, you're in fine shape.
Yep.
Once your killer has been dealt with, you can come and go as you please. Remember, the assassin is out there. You have the element of surprise. I suggest you use it.
I think he's going to find out that I can come and go as I please anyway. That one. Second, my phone just lit up. I don't want to see why. Nothing interesting. Okay. My colleagues at the Imperial Archives are never going to believe this. Let's get on with it then. Assassin could be anywhere. Kai, need you by my side. Can I count on you? We'll keep asking him this question, and he seems to be standing up so far. I don't feel like asking him again. We should be like, let's go with Arcane Scholar, because I can.
You'll have tales aplenty, that's for certain. And a long tapestry of battle scars. We'll talk more of the Dreamscourge when you return. Until then, Envoy.
How about we start with Marius at the Grinning Ballarrock? Besides, I could use a drink after all this.
Okay. In hindsight, part of me wishes I'd come here and done this as soon as I arrived, which I think was what the game kind of intended to do, but the Watcher seemed like a bigger priority, so I did that and also got distracted along the way by a bunch of side quests, but still, I'm kind of... wrong button. Thinking that perhaps my play should have been doing this bit first. Oh well. Actually prevented from progressing into the Gears Go Ahead. Yeah, that sounds about right. As far as a somewhat restricted method to make sure you get the story goes, but... To be fair, this is the last thing I've got to do is this quest line, I think.
So, you're the one they all crow about, eh? Best hunter and guide in all... Ha! The mighty Marius, deep in his cups. ready to take on the deadliest prey, providing they're asleep at the time.
He doesn't seem like he's very smart.
Right. Take another sip of my cool. Rude not to finish a drink someone bought for you.
No wonder you're hiding behind a mug. You're too worried about being polite to survive out there.
The dwarf there is Marius. Best tracker I know.
Interesting. Let's see how this plays out. Maybe you could use him with someone else. Wouldn't let anyone like to talk to me like that. Real experts should be able to withstand being taunted by the lessers. Well, he seems to be able to withstand it just fine. So, see how this plays out.
I heard you're from Solace Keep. How great a survivor could you be, hiding behind stone walls all your life?
You don't know anything about me, you Adyran Empire. So maybe go back and take another blessed day sip.
But here you are. Tell me, how does one get kicked out of a place that never lets anyone leave?
Dukte Drago Sakasaptitule. You want to talk so much, I'll cut you a second mouth across your throat.
If it looks like he has control. You know, Marius, do you think we should step in? I'm going to stop this now. Should we step in?
Marius can handle himself. Of course, if you're bored, we could always start something anyway.
Let's give Marius a bit more of a chance.
I think this is about to get interesting.
I knew you were blessed in Nimdut the moment I saw you coming. Thought maybe I'd teach you a lesson. So I paid the bartender a few gold to drop a tiny bit of Widow's Kiss into a cup and serve your drink in it. Cramps should be starting in a few minutes, so, if you want to fight, we should go ahead and get started.
I've only ever heard of Widow's Kiss being used as an injected venom. Drinking it should be as safe as water. Wait, you poisoned the man on a hunch? I think I like this guy. Poison's a weapon for the weak, at least give him the dignity for a fight. Well, yeah, the arcade scholar thing seems interesting.
You know your stuff, but I doubt they do.
Envoy, you see? Will you stand by and allow this maniac to poison a fellow subject of the Emperor?
Yep. You'll survive as long as you run away now. Brought this on yourself. Came to speak with Marius. Have no idea who you are. And don't you have somewhere else to be? Somewhere where you won't get killed? Of course I will. This is hilarious. You'll survive as long as you run away now.
Oh, I can feel it. Gods. You.
Oh, that is quick. You better get to a healer before the poison spreads to your brain.
You wait, Marius. I'll be back. Hopefully.
Should just give him a laxative and left it at that. Off you trot, numb nuts. Wait, one can't pick a minute. Well, in this case. Huh. Just give me a second there, lads.
What's going on back there?
Nothing. I had to run around. I thought I picked all this stuff up, but I just realised I haven't. Which means I probably did it on my other save. In which case... Ah, I see. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Strange exchange. Handwriting is harshly slanted, paper torn, and most letters at most letters edge from the sheer force behind the writing. When I told you to hide the hall, I meant somewhere with a locked door, you absolute imbecile. Fuck a door. Just a door at all would be better than this. Move it now. You know I can't be seen with it. The chest is still here. Next check-in, it'll be your casket. Following penmanship is different. Blocky and primitive. Boss, I can't carry this alone. Creo helped me get it here, but you know, before you took care of him, size might say the best place to hide something was in plain sight. Following handwriting matches first few sentences. Take care of it before I hide my scratched out in your several words scratched out. Mother's scratched out, you useless. Message obscured by heavy scratches. Final message written at the bottom of paper. Words cramped but still misshapen. That wasn't nice, boss. Master said bad words make bad men. I'm leaving for a while. P.S. You can keep my cut. You usually do anyway. I'm not leaving the trunk. Yoink. It's a rat. I felt leaving the door open is a bit weird. Kai. Anyway, Marius.
Well, that was something.
Marius, this is the infamous Adyran Envoy. Envoy? Marius.
Well, any friend of Kai's is definitely a person.
What just happens? Well, this case is only harmful if injected. I need to find some assassins. Kai tells me you're the best one for the job. How do you know each other? You always in some kind of trouble? So what just happened?
You know your poisons. It was a test. That guy's such a nim dude, he thought he was doomed. And he actually believed I could pay the bartender to poison someone's drink. Gods, the taverns in Adyr must be rough.
Lambert term for idiot or jackass, used in friendly manner among colleagues. Dumbass. Well played, they won't mess with you again. Disappointed you didn't actually poison them. Need to find some. Well played.
Right, that's the goal. If I'm not mistaken, you're looking for someone to help find the people who killed you.
Everybody seems to know I died and came back to life. It's a bit weird. Exactly. Know how to find them? How would I do that? Hiring you to find them, not ask who they are. Kai, did you tell him already? Kai, did you tell him already?
Hey, I told you, he's an excellent tracker.
You haven't exactly been low-key, have you? I need to see the scene of the crime, over by the town gates. I promise there's something left there we can use to track them.
I already know the killer is in Paradise. Actually, we don't. Somebody seems to do, as far as we've got so far, is like saying, it's absolutely a rebel. Who else could it be? Well, actually, we don't know. Wouldn't they have cleaned the area?
The assassins wouldn't go near that place anytime soon. And you don't have to worry much about people cleaning
Evening,
up
Jay.
in this town. We'll figure this out, Amakul. Don't you worry.
New companion. Known as the best hunter in the wilderness and guide in the living lands, Marius lived all over the living lands, but no place he truly calls home. He uses ancient power rune and stealth and survival techniques to gain advantage over foes, trapping them in gripping vines or disappearing from sight to ambush them with a silent attack. His senses are tuned to detect threats and objects across the living lands. So he can use binding roots, and he can scan areas for enemies, loot and plants, which is quite useful, allegedly. So what I'm going to do is probably put this on 5, I think. Cheers, eh? Much appreciated. Very kind. Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it so far, so I certainly plan to keep it up. Who wants to head over to the gates and see what we can see there? I missed. Yeah, a bit, Cal. You know what, I'm going to go the other way. I think it might be slightly quicker. Fire's a market. Now, considering Go states a really eclectic style of architecture, it looks pretty bloody consistent to me, apart from maybe some of the walls look a little bit different. It looks like the walls are... yeah, the houses look like they're built inside pre-existing walls. A lot of them. So there's kind of two styles. I wouldn't really say it's eclectic, but it's like two different styles. I don't suppose I can get up there, but it'd be a fun place to find something if I could.
I just don't get it. It's like there's something in the soil this year.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Dreamscourge. Everybody trying to plant any food seems to have it die. Not other plants, just crops. Yeah, we're going over that way. Yes, a second companion is definitely welcome. Yep, there's me blood. I was about here where I got shot.
Right here. This is where the Envoy fell.
If it were me, I'd take the shot from up there above the embassy. Let's see if we can get up there.
I sure think we can. Oh, Maris wants to talk, apparently.
I don't like how those militia folks look at you.
I'm guessing he wants to talk back at camp, actually. If anywhere. Yeah. Balls. Wasn't quite what I had in mind. Quite the view. Bunch of arrows.
Look.
Flask of poison. Swamp warp and certain rancid berries. Huh.
Smells familiar, but I can't place it. Whatever it is, it's not used for game hunting or keeping beasts out of your garden. The apothecary might know more. That's where I'd look.
Seems like a good place to start.
So seems ready for me. Would they sell... Would the Paradise Apothecary sell poison to just anyone? Yeah, probably.
Second thought. I've bought my fair share of poisons in case some nim dude out there tries to take something I need. Go back to the market and up the stairs to the east. You'll see a large building with a big window on top.
The Mermaid's Den. Nice place. We should say hello to Juliana while we're there.
The apothecary's in the back alley. Any luck?
Oh, I know
Track
that.
down who made this poison. Find your killers.
Here's an impressive view from up here. Down and down and down we go. It's quite smooth. So implies that they were probably able to get away quite quickly after they'd shot me. Started struggling a little bit, but smoke's coming from the forge. To be honest, the description wasn't really all that helpful. His directions, rather. Ty's telling me that the place I'm looking for is this place here, the brothel, is far more helpful. You can't really see it from the street outside.
Best watch your step around here, Envoy. This is my district. So...
He doesn't look very healthy.
The puny godkin wishes to speak with the great Thala. You and your countrymen are not welcome in this district. My district. Is that clear?
I take trouble. Raise an eyebrow. Why let me walk around? Why let me walk here? Raise an eyebrow. Then why let me walk around here at all? Crystal clear. Great mighty Thala is well clear. I wasn't paying attention. Not here to make trouble. Not here to make trouble.
One little slip in my district, Imperial Lapdog, and it'll be the last you ever make.
It's Mr. Imperial Lapdog to you. I'll make sure not to slip then. If you're trying to provoke me, you can try a little harder. And the rest of it will be your last mistake. Okay. I'll be sure not to make a slip then.
Easier said than done, little godkin. The streets of Paradise are slick with blood. Now,
he's a big lad, yeah.
Thala tires of your yammering.
Thala talks about himself in the third person. There you go, I'm coming up to about his navel, so he's not quite twice my height. If you assume that I'm around about the 6 foot mark, he's probably 10 or 11. Yeah.
Let us in, sweetheart.
I told you, we're closed.
Not for us, you're not.
What's a man gotta do to get his needs met around here?
Wasting my time.
Sorry, Envoy. No heroes discount. Looking still free, though.
I'll keep looking there. I was going to offer to educate these two people in manners, but you're not interested. Weird, but nothing in it.
If you'd like to be useful, I could use another drink.
I think I need to see him. I know he cropped up in another quest, but I didn't need to go and find him, apparently. Oh, hello.
Found something? Good. Always good to rummage through a condemned house for valuables.
Yeah, okay, let's try...
One moment.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. Maris is,
Seems like you want to keep stuff like that in the warehouse.
I haven't got enough lockpicks. That's annoying. See if it'll buy some in a minute. Nice. Axes and wands. Apothecary shop.
There. That's the apothecary.
All you have is not enough. Huh. Aren't you the outlander who died in the streets? How are you... It doesn't matter.
Guy's vaguely familiar.
You've got to help. He's gonna hurt me again.
Everyone take a deep breath. No one is hurting anyone else today. Right?
You seem to like beating up on little guys. Want to take a run at me?
Listen to me, dead man. What happens here does not concern you. Walk away.
I already died once, and yet it hasn't stopped me coming back and picking arguments. You really want to try fighting me, buddy? What's going on here? Step away from me. You're illegal. Those rebels have killed me. Attack ends now. Step away from that man.
Or what? You'll die on me?
Have to admit, that's a good one.
This is
Not
getting
really.
tiresome. I wasn't really gonna hurt the apothecary. But I'm really, really gonna hurt you.
Pick on a guy who came back from being dead. I'm going to feed your soul to my imp. How does that sound? Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Slap my friend Kai! Calm down, this isn't necessary. Pretty sure it's bad luck to kill a god, like. I'm going to feed your soul to my imp. How does that sound?
Bullshit. I don't see any imp. And besides, they don't eat souls. Do they?
Stick around. Find out for yourself.
Hey, boss, maybe we shouldn't. Fighting a godlike seems wrong somehow.
I knew you'd gone soft. We'll settle this as soon as I'm done here.
You are done here. Now fuck off.
Here they come. You're mine now.
There you are, swine. This time, you're gonna get it.
Ah, well, seems Thala didn't like that very much either. Right, okay.
Can't believe they're dead.
Well, I hadn't planned to take out the entire town now, or at least the entire bunch of bad guys, but so he's got some Adyran, nice. Some other useful bits and pieces. But, you know, it goes the way it goes sometimes, apparently. I've got a lockpick there, which I definitely want and need, and another one there. Very nice. Where does this go? No, but it sparkles. I can hear sparkles. Aha! You tell me it reminds you of a Naruto character. I am not familiar enough with Naruto to have much to say on the subject, I'm afraid. The better half will probably know more, or would probably know more. Pretty sure she's seen a decent amount of Naruto. I don't know if she's really into it or not, but she's the anime fan in the house. Oh, I thought that was a nest, it's not, it's a rope. Right, anyway. Right. Like some of these sparrowhawks, huh. I may have found something accidentally.
Take your best shot. Take him down.
Yes. Back of the head. Right, I think we might have just reduced the population of the town significantly there, which wasn't really the plan, but I think I can do that, can't I? Won't have any left after on the other box, but
Nope, nothing.
And roll.
I'm lobbing fireballs around town and you're still crazy enough to come at me, okay? Q. Somebody's running hard here. Where are you? Goodbye. Oh, that's the chest I went to unlock. I seem to have depopulated the districts. I mean, I really didn't plan to do this, but, you know. Right, they tried to shake the guy down. I told them to fuck off. All I wanted to do was protect a local. And, the upshot of which is now the district is, well, apparently open again. Apparently I opened up and didn't collect everything out of it. That's weird. Well, a freeze holding place for a free shattering headshot is a dirty combo. It is. It's fucking great, isn't it? A freeze followed up by a massive damage shot is just chef's kiss. I do quite like doing that to people. Interesting. Didn't work. Somewhere out there was definitely a upper level with a chest on it, because I could hear the tinkling noise, but... Oh, thanks. Trying to work out what the way up is, though. Catch you a bit, guy. Definitely get over here easily enough. It's getting it. This thing in here that's going to be a bit more difficult. It's definitely from the other side somewhere. I think it might have something to do with the barred door here. Aha, there's a window here. Can't get in there and go upstairs, apparently.
All my time in Paradise, and I never knew a painter lived here.
Yeah, interesting. Fortunately, I don't have a lockpick to open the chest with. I'll be back. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really plan to depopulate the district. I just planned to save this guy from getting the crap kicked out, and you better not be telling me you deserved it.
Envoy, thank you for dealing with those miscreants. There's a plague on these streets, and they are a symptom.
Not
A gang
anymore.
of bullies shaking down honest folk seems more like the cause to me.
It's no more dangerous here than anywhere else. It's just that monsters here have knives instead of fangs.
That's a fair point.
Tala, the biggest, baddest of them all. The Sparrowhawks are gonna come after you.
Not if they know what's good for them. At least their friends watching my back. Seems to get a bad reputation on the streets. Pinch the bridge of your nose. Wonderful. I've made another enemy. Yeah, I'm going with that one.
Sorry. Didn't mean to cause you any trouble.
Well, I could probably have talked to my way out of that, but...
No one sticks their neck out for anyone in these parts.
Yeah, well... Rub your thumb and forefinger together, didn't do it for free. Showing the poison flask, what do you know about this? Things are going to change. How do you find yourself in that predicament, anyway?
It's not easy running a business in Paradise. But it can be profitable if you invest in some protection. That gang was not my wisest investment.
This is why you always ask for references.
You would need protection if you'd stop doing things that make people want to kill you.
What'll it be today, Envoy?
I don't know if that's entirely true. My friend Maris thinks you've been dealing in illegal substances. This is Paradise. What's illegal or not is determined by the Clavager, and I rather suspect that most things are not illegal. What makes you say that?
You'll think I'm crazy, but Adyrans don't respond well to my cures. Lots of rashes and upset stomachs. Maybe one of the local herbs disagrees with your diet. Who can say?
Whatever this was, it certainly disagreed with me.
Wait, I recognize that from my wares. It's oil distilled from Santa Torre, a berry native to the Living Lands.
You sold the poison that killed me. Hawking poison and paying things off thugs isn't endearing you. Alright, Kai, what do you know about Santa Torre? Let's see, customers, one of them's assessing. Marius, Kai?
Just that it's supposed to act quickly, and that you shouldn't mess with it if you don't know what you're doing.
So don't, under any circumstances, mix it up with moonberries.
And before you ask, I can't tell you who bought the poison. If word got around that I was ratting my clients out to the Adyrans, it'd be the end of me.
Risk my life for you, typical even, assassin from Paradise, it's from Paradise, Aleko, your clients are killers, your reputation will be the least of your worries. Care to explain to Inquisitor Ludwin. I'm not going to go down that road because I haven't even met the woman yet and I do not trust her as far as I can throw her. If your clients are killers, your reputation will be the least of your worries. Maybe, maybe not. I risk my life for you. Let's go with that one.
I hate carrying a debt. Just don't tell anyone you learned it from me. The truth is, I never saw the customer's face. They wore a hood. A monk's cowl, I believe. But I can tell you that Sanatore is used in religious rituals. Prophets and seers will do anything to leave their bodies.
Sounds like we're looking for a mystic. Certainly left my body for what it's worth. The poison was effective. Anything else? I'm not answering about that. You won't like it if I discover you were holding out. You've been very helpful. Sounds like we're looking for a mystic.
If you want mystic types, you want to go visit the Temple of Andra. Probably the only reason you'd want to go there.
On the other hand, Claviger Amond was cozy with plenty of mystics and oddballs. We could check out his estate.
Interesting.
Go past the Hightown Gate to the north, then follow the road eastward until you reach the statue of Andra.
Appreciate the help. Before I go, tell me about what can you tell me about the rebels. Try not to do business with any more assassins. Appreciate the help.
Well, I suppose it's the least I could do, considering I got you killed. I hope that I've been able to assist you in some small way. Good luck in your investigation, Envoy.
So we're going to the temple to find a mystic to ask about the poison. Not what I imagine my day would be like.
I think we're going to have a poke around the Claviger's estate first, if I can find an excuse to do that. But first, I think we're going to go and sell some bits and pieces. Because I just acquired a lot of shit. Let's go see if that guy actually happens to have any lockpicks on him. I don't suppose he will, but I need at least one.
The pleasure is all mine, Envoy.
He does. Might as well sell some shit while I'm here, hadn't I? What do I get for scrapping that? Softwood branches, I'll scrap those. I could, I've got a few of them. I could probably use a few more though. Don't need iron chunks though, I've got lots of those. Don't need pelts either. Now where? Oh yeah, I remember those. Here's hoping that'll be worth it. Debatable, but sort of maybe just about worth it.
What'll it be today?
Cool. Nice. Tops us up a little bit. Let's head to Hightown. Corpses and debris everywhere.
I have to admit, I think I underestimated you. You've done more to clean up these streets than the rest of your countrymen combined.
Wow. City speak will take time. Be patient. AD's presidency will benefit all. Not like the rest of my countrymen. Say nothing. Not like the rest of my countrymen.
Oh, I've noticed, all right. Just thought it would be rude to point out the obvious. Thanks for the help, Envoy. Take care out there.
I do feel a little bit bad, but there were basically a bunch of thugs who'd taken over a district and were muscling out, like strong-arming everybody in the district, so... Let's suppose.
Good. You made it.
No. I'd like to see what the fine sword looks like in a bit more detail, but yeah. Seems she doesn't have lockpicks either.
Fine.
No. Well.
Who's there? Oh, it's the Envoy! Xion, I've got your back!
Nothing like a win with a good team.
Ambush the Envoy! They didn't stay dead! Yeah, great idea. Then what happens? Ice falls from the sky, kills 2/3 of the group, and the last one just gets blown away with a single headshot. Like, bye. Maybe you want to get with the program and leave me the hell alone. Nice guy. Oh, unspent companion points. There it is, apparently. Same fires, piercing shot that hits smart, passing through obstacles in its path. Vashes cloud spoke. Yeah, that's probably quite cool. Bleed accumulation. This kills most stunned enemies. Restricting rates. Reduce enemy damage reduction and do bleed. I think that's probably a good one to give him. Deal stun, multiple enemies. Bleed. I think stun's probably the way to go. Oh, he's already got that one, has he? Okay, yes he has. So I can pick one on there. You know what? And if we go deal stun to trapped enemies, should increase the chances of him successfully stunning enemies. And then he can turn around and just kill a whole bunch of them. Should make him a lot more effective. Hopefully. So yeah, we can investigate the area around the Temple of Undra and search around the Claviger's estate. And I like the idea of hitting the Claviger's estate first. Will the companion page scroll, or are there only 4 companions? I think there are only 4 companions, actually, Gray. Of which you can have 2 with you at a time. Him, excuse me. The gate is suspiciously open and the guards are dead. doesn't look good. Excuse me, butler? No, apparently can't.
You know how it goes. High risk, high reward. For what it's worth, I hope you catch whoever killed you. Is it true what they say? That the Inquisitor is some kind of monster?
Sounds like, yeah. Dude really doesn't have much to offer, does he? I thought I remembered hearing it shimmering around there.
One moment.
It's quite well concealed, apparently. Right. Round we go. I feel like I want to get in there, but we'll be going from another direction when we do. Oh, there's a way to bolt in there if I'd wanted to. Really? Really didn't get me much, did it? We're here. Interesting philosophy there, Steve.
Stop right there! Get them! You shouldn't be here. And run! And run! Next world and run! And run!
Freeze, bitch.
We got them all.
He's got a bow, but I also felt like he had some kind of weird staff thing going on there. Oh, got me some improved quality materials there. Always have it handed over friend with a truck. Yeah, this is true. Wheelbarrow and a spade and plans for a patio. Yeah, it's a little lacking in subtlety, the patio plan.
Once I got drunk and lost back here looking for the chamber pot, aiming through the best parties.
Coverage Journal, first entry. AD has kindly offered to set up an embassy in Paradise. But kindly, I mean, they landed on our shores without notice, and offered, I mean, the soldiers occupied a building in town, keeping an eye on these developments. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I'd say you should have tossed them back into the ocean, but they don't really have the resources to do that. Depends how many showed up on the ship, I suppose. Interesting. Claviger, it seems like he didn't want visitors at home. Though I can't imagine where else he'd want them. Right, we'll be going in there, I suspect, but I also want to check something else first. Like, why that entrance exists. Saints War Invasion Part 2, Saints War Overthrow. Much debate with historians as to when the Saints War really began. Widely accepted the event that instigated it was the sanctuary flight of the Adyran citizens to Deerwood. This led to strife between the two nations that led to a battle, the Saints War. It's the author's opinion that the war truly started many years before. After the miracle of Verdant Vorlas came to be known, Widewin quickly gathered followers and drawn to the stories of Eothas' miraculous prophet. His power grew. Eventually, Widewin had gained enough support that he confronted the imperial governor. Assisted by a collection of knights, nobles, and nobles who had been swayed to his cause, he marched to the capital city. The governor was allowed to leave, but forced to abdicate power and lead the colony. This was not from any understanding or easy acquiescence from the governor, but because of what happened when Widewin entered the governor's palace. As Widewin approached the governor, according to accounts, his body turned into something that was no longer human. His flesh became luminescent and his head transformed into pure blinding light. Other accounts suggest Widewin had become a being of light at an earlier time when he was whipped in a public square. The outcome of his visit to the palace, however, is uncontested. The governor, knowing there was no way he could oppose an avatar of Eothas, relinquished his power. His people then asked Widewin to lead the colony. He accepted, declaring, earning him the name Divine King of Raidceris. Crikey. Widewin's rule was virtually uncontested. Initially, this was because everyone who was awed that a god had chosen to manifest and lead himself and lead his people. This changed when Widewin began punishing the allies of the old empire and the poison on the world, which he considered corrupt churches or church leaders of Eothas. Interesting. Scrutiny escalated, and seeing worshippers of Eothas were being punished for mere perceptions of heresy. Members of other religions were also added to the list of the persecuted for following different faiths. This caused large segments of the population to flee Raidceris for Deerwood, begging for sanctuary. This caused strife between the two nations. The people of Deerwood knew that they could not sustain an explosive population growth if Widewin's rule were to continue unchecked. They feared that this would they also feared his eye would turn from Raidceris and land on them next if nothing was done. This was exactly what ultimately happened. An open war broke out as Widewin moved to spread his dominion into the Deerwood. Widewin personally led many of the battles during the war, exhibiting extraordinary supernatural powers. He seemed virtually untouchable on the battlefield, and able to burn or even disintegrate his enemies with beams of blinding white light. With the god on his side, and possibly some said inhabiting him, it was possible he was thought to be indestructible, rather. It appeared that he may have been, until the Battle of Helgot Citadel. People of Deerwood knew that they would lose the war if they could not at least slow Widewin down. Engineers, priests of Margaret, and a few others, working in secret, some say with Margaret's direct help, developed a weapon they hoped would be able to stop a god. 12 feet in diameter and filled with a variety of chemical and magical explosives, a bomb rolled under the Evenduir Bridge. Part of the foundation was excavated in order to allow them to embed the bomb in the bridge itself, ensuring total concealment. 12 Deerwood men and women volunteered to stage an ambush at the bridge to keep Widewin on it until the bomb could be detonated. The battle was short, bloody, and ultimately final. The dozen, as they became known, were able to delay Widewin on the bridge. The bomb detonated, killing Widewin, the 4 Deerwood volunteers still alive at that time, and over 50 Raidceran soldiers marching on the front line with Widewin. It was at that moment the Saints' War ended. The remaining Raidceran forces were easy to rout. Even though they had more enough men to finish the siege, their leader, previously thought invincible, had just vanished under a rain of stone and metal. Panic set in, and Deerwood and troops sent them away with ease. From that point on, the bomb was known by the name Godhammer, even as it worked its way into everyday conversation. And sure as Godhammer ended the Saints' War, came to be a standard phrase to express unequivocal certainty. Less certain is the fate of Eothas, who has not spoken to his followers since the explosion of the bomb, and presumed by most to be dead. lest some concerned citizens express their worry other more industrious think they can reproduce the result, the author would put the thoughts from your heads. Since that time, there's never been another documented explosion of such magnitude, and efforts to locate the engineers and clergy responsible for the bomb have been entirely fruitless. Godhammer was a unique, fortuitous occurrence, and its lake will never be seen again without divine intervention. Interesting. No, Adyran, have a good one. If I had the key, I could do that. I'm surprised I don't. Second entry of the Claviger's journal. Ambassador Hilgard promises all he wants is a diplomatic relationship with the living lands. Inquisitor Ludwin, she wants a gallows, public executions, and secret interrogations. I don't know what to make of our new guests. Some days I feel like a stranger in my own city.
To see why Eamon was going grey all of a sudden.
I assume the key is somewhere to be found. I don't know where, though. Might have been on the Claviger's corpse, but I think I looted that, so I guess not.
If there's anything worth finding, it'll be in here.
Booze. Claviger's journal secret page and a key. This Claviger's estate key. Looks like Claviger left through the window. So we'll read that in a minute. Fathom Customs. Okay, I don't think that's going to be hugely relevant. Just an interesting tidbit of lore.
Cozy.
I've been nice once, not so nice anymore. Could do with a source of light. Third entry and health potion. According to Hilgard, it's in our best interest to force the Animancers out of Paradis. Soul science offends the gods and so forth. He promises security, stability, and law in exchange for this boon. When I visited the Animancers, I found them already packing equipment into wagons bound for Fior Mesiverno. Wonder what they know that I don't. These noble rats who flee a sinking ship. That if you can't show out the Adyrans, they will likely be horrifically persecuted for being Animancers. And there are problems with Animancy. People do dodgy shit with it. You know, magic that manipulates the soul is open to some abuse.
Envoy, over there. Looks like a note.
However, doesn't necessarily mean that's the that it should be outlawed. And Animancers certainly shouldn't be persecuted. So, white key cameo. Restore 50% of your maximum health when reviving a companion. Useful, potentially, but not as much as the other stuff I've got. Still want a torch. Not making it hard to find, are you, lads? Fortunately, I've already found it. Secret page. Apparently there's growing rebellion in Paradis. My own people defy the Adyrans. They rally from the shadows and sharpen their blades in the name of independence. Good, I taught them well. I cannot openly support them, but I have my ways. Down a chain of clerks and agents, I passed a key to our cistern. The door is in the Temple of Andra, a fitting sanctuary. May they use this hideout to their advantage. I'll hold on to a spare. Time may come when I have to warn the resistance or join them myself. So...
Well, there you have it. So, Claviger Eamon not only knew about the rebels, he also gave them access to a hideout in the cistern.
You knew the Claviger. Did you have any idea about this? Sounds like he wasn't fond of Adyrans either. He wrote the cistern was below the Temple of Andra. Do you know about this?
None. I knew he was protective of Paradis, but I never would have dreamed he'd get in bed with organized rebels. Look, everyone who settles in the living lands comes from somewhere, but until recently, those settlers have been people, not nations. But when Adyr built an embassy and filled it with dignitaries and troops, some started to worry that your laws and governors would follow.
Well, that was what they were trying to do. Are trying to do.
Don't forget why we're here. You hired me to hunt the rebels down, and now we know where they are. The cistern beneath the Temple of Andra. Good place for a hidden base. It sits just below the city, where the people and patrols will never look.
Yeah. It's interesting, that. Also, he hasn't been that much help yet. I mean, he pointed me to the apothecary, but could have been done probably without him. Somebody tells me the rebels won't go quietly.
Maybe we should bring reinforcements. I bet Heelguard would be happy to spare some of his guards if we ask nicely.
They'd only slow us down. Besides, any fighting we do in the cistern will be close quarters.
On to the Temple of Andra, then. It's east of here, just across the canal, in the plaza with the big statue.
Right. After you.
Equipment upgrade available. Oh, nice. I think it will be time to visit a party camp, actually. What are we doing? Not too bad. Yeah, I think we'll bounce over to party camp and then we'll make our way to the Temple of Andra afterwards. There's a merchant there. Gate there. Oh, wait, yeah, I know who that merchant is, yeah. So, let's pop out here. No, let's go there. Cool. So, out to... Probably isn't a bad idea at this point to scrap a bunch of this stuff as well. Just in case I need to convert it into higher tier materials, so... Which is I've got cash now, so we're okay on that point.
Never met that Orlan girl before in my life.
What Orlan girl?
You remember. The one in the camp in Shadow Peaks, with the thing on her head?
Oh, yeah. Nice eyes, chipped tooth. Thinking about her again, huh?
You thought we had a past or something, but I never seen her before in my life.
We could see her again if you want. I think she liked you.
Well, anyway, just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, a good talk.
Some women like the brooding, mysterious types. You just gotta work on your small talk.
So, I can currently upgrade nothing much, really. Oh, yeah, that is my arquebus that I want to upgrade as a backup for long distance blowing out of brains, isn't it? What I could do... Can't get any further than that. This would require hardwood branches and Haley's talon, which I might be able to... I don't know. The Haley's talon I can make for Paradise and Ladder. Okay. It's whether or not I want to upgrade my arquebus. Kinda do, kinda don't. Yeah, it's useful as a sneaky backup sometimes. But you know what? I don't think I will. I think I'll keep an eye out for something I can replace that with without having to do the upgrade tree. At least not yet, anyway. Rather than paying for it now with materials. Because Paradise and Ladder in particular is hard to have enough of. So I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I might upgrade some of these eventually, but not right now, I don't think. So what can I do here? It currently has high shock accumulation and bonus shock damage. High shock accumulation to nearby enemies on power attacks. Killing an enemy has a chance to cast crackling bolt, which is also useful. And I actually have everything I need to upgrade the enchantment on this, which is cool. High shock accumulation, and then I can combine it with spells to do lots of shock and stun, which is probably not a bad idea, actually. I think I might go for that. Rather than just a chance. I think that's a good idea. Cool. So that was worth doing. Okay, we'll check to Marius.
I want to consider not washing your clothes in safflower oil.
I hate to break it to you, but regular laundry is a common courtesy when you're traveling with a group.
No, it's fine. If you feel the need to wash your clothes, go right ahead. Just use something else.
Sweat and midday breezes don't count as washing, you know.
Right, so I smell like the wilderness. You people stand out like a tree rat in heat. You've been complaining about the flies, though. They're attracted to the scent of sap flowers.
Thanks, Marius. That's helpful.
Well, don't get used to it.
Okay. Use fire sword as your backup. Yeah, I can imagine that has its uses. I've got Kai for a bunch of that, though. I don't think there's anybody who's a better tank than he is, and it's useful to have a tank around.
You don't want it to get infected. No offense, but you leave a pretty wide trail, Envoy.
I didn't mean to. I tried to help a dude out, and the whole fucking town came at me afterwards, or the whole district. It's not my fault. That's theirs. They actually like to come back. I wasn't having it. That's definitely a them kind of a problem. As to everybody else, well, again, it was a bunch of looters that I stumbled onto while investigating somebody's attempting to kill me, and debatably succeeding, depending on how you look at it. And then, guess what? They attacked me. This is not my fault. Although some of the others, to be fair, I did attack them. You know, like the bounties and such. What do you mean by that? You've been tracking me. You're supposed to be flattered. My assassin would probably agree with you. What do you mean by that?
I mean that anyone who wanted to track you down would just have to follow the murmurs and gawkers in your wake. An Adyran official who's new in town turns a lot of heads, especially when they're traveling with a Nimdude like Kai.
Don't like Kai, said you knew each other before. What's a Nimdude? So to keep you here to help me cover my tracks. You don't like Kai?
Like? Not the word I'd use. I'll need more time to find the right one. Well, we've worked together in the past. It was mostly him crashing blindly through the weeds after I advised him not to. I'm here to find your assassins. Maybe help you avoid being killed again in the future. My guess is you'll need a guide once you leave Paradise, too. They say I'm the best there is.
You're welcome to join us. Don't have choice, do I? The living lands that dangerous? Are the living lands that dangerous?
The wilds here are dangerous even in the best of times, which these most certainly are not. Not to mention there are parts of the island you can't get to without me. Not that you'd want to go there anyway. Anyway, enough chat. I'm sure you have things to do.
Look,
I vaguely recognize the voice, but only vaguely.
You know I'm here, right?
Right. Appreciate that, but I'm all right.
If you ever change your mind, the offer stands.
Okay.
Suit outfits we've got available for Marius. The Eora collection. Ooh, that's quite cool. And the Obsidian collection. Where's default outfit? That's just a black version of the standard. The Eora one's not bad. Only that's just a black version of his standard as well. It looks good. Could go with the Eora collection. And then it's like a bit more durable and colourful. He's got a hat on. I kind of like that on him. Yeah, Contrast kind of works there. I'm sticking with that combo.
Okay, Amakul. I'll keep that in mind.
Anyway. Exit to previous location. That works for me. What are we doing? Time already. Okay, so let's head off to the Temple of Ondra. I managed to open this. I did. I think we successfully explored over that way and found the stuff, didn't we? Yes. Still do hear something glittering away on the other side though, so I'll have to look into that. Whew. That went well. Nice. Interesting.
Not to worry. Good bastards.
Huh. My friends and countrymen, the Envoy is alive and hunting us. Our position in the city is compromised. I use the final hours of this life gathering intelligence on the Adyran Embassy and deliver it to us. Trust no one. Pray that the gods know what they're doing, for I no longer understand their motives. Egulf. Huh.
We caught this one trying to break into the embassy.
So why are they dead up here then? The note seems pretty damning, but at the same time, body's a very long way away from where he claims they were caught. I'm not sure I believe the line that is being shared there.
You Adyrans are vile.
I've got to admit, I feel like they might have a point. Unless this is where they were trying to break into. It's covered in Adyran symbology, which makes me think it's probably the headquarters of the Steel Garrote, but I don't know. The statue is quite epic looking.
See that worn spot? Hunters pet the wolf's head for good luck.
Interesting. Goodies, goodies, goodies. That's supposed to be the idea that you can jump from here. Didn't seem very necessary, to be honest.
That's the Elven Queen of Adyran. They wasted no time putting that up when they got here.
Odd choice. In honor of my Queen, fourth Queen of Adyran, consort to the Emperor who upholds Woedica's justice. Yes. I have many questions. None of them I think I'm going to get answers to that I like.
Every sailor knows. A gift for Andra and one for Helia too.
See, Andra and Helia, I assume. Yeah, that must be the case. Midwife's memoirs. We'll get dive into that, I don't
This
think.
is where the wealthy go to be seen celebrating Helia.
Pray for the lost godlike. Godlike have vanished. Once a rare sight, they're yet rarer today. Let us pray for those few who remain walking in Eora in search of answers. Embrace them, forgive them. Most of all, cherish them. Once they are gone, we may never see their like again. Priest's journal. Temple of Andra has been busy lately. No surprises there. People turn to the gods in time of hardship, and hardship is one thing we have in abundance. Poor Eloise. She must be working long hours. Haven't seen her leave the temple in days. Monaberry chase.
Stay on their good side, and we won't have to go in.
There is, I believe, a vendor here.
Hail. Welcome to my shop, Envoy.
Tell me about the militia.
We keep the city safe as best we can. Happy?
Says most what you need to know, doesn't it? Wayfarer's armor, which is unique heavy armor. It regenerate health when at low health and increased move speed. Looks pretty cool, actually. She got anything else that's worth having? Not really. Ugh, nearly sneezed.
Hail.
My brain's gone all tingly from that. I did not. Crafting materials. Now, somewhere over there, I heard a sparkle. I didn't see a way up till I came over here, where I did see a way up. We got here then. Didn't really succeed at that, did I? There we go. It's the trick, catch the shift and then the control key in quick enough succession. I nearly fell to my, yet again, untimely death.
Hail.
How enthusiastic she sounds. I'm not terribly surprised that the militia merchant
Nice place.
doesn't sell.
The only gardens where he comes from are full of mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised she doesn't sell lockpicks, given that she's the militia merchant.
The Juana worship Andra as Ngati. My sergeant fainted the first time she saw their statues.
A drop, dear citizens. A drop is all it takes to protect yourself
against the wretched soul plague. Paradis! Do not be afraid of any plague. With one drop of my miracle elixir, your soul will remain safe. Do not succumb to...
Well, I was going to try and do something about that guy, but apparently not.
Safe to say, Andra's got a wealthy patron here somewhere.
Seems likely, the size of this temple. Let's just kick the door in.
Assassins will be hiding out in a temple, but what do I know?
Welcome to the temple.
Transcript of a sermon. Andra and Galaxy Lady Mother. When you called so many godlike back to the divine source, many were spared, passed over. What do you say to those of us who remain, and what, are we to carry out some great deed in your honour? Are we to live lives as mere mortals, deprived of your love? Or are we to await the day when we too are called home? When I stood at the pinnacle of Ocasio, I felt closer to the gods than ever before. Now they could not feel more distant. Sea and her love, a traditional Ondraite hymn. Sea beheld her love shining bright from on high. She bade him come down from his place in the sky. Her love could not be swayed, so she took a peace into her heart, and all who saw her grief that day sleep in her bosom still.
Hail and well met. The Temple of Andra is open to all. Oh, you must be the Adyran Envoy. How wonderful to meet a godlike in our holy sanctum. I take it you're here on official business.
Anyone suspicious in the neighborhood lately? Know anything about the rebels in Paradis? Hunting down whoever killed me. Squinted suspiciously. You don't seem like an assassin. I don't really know which one to go for. These two are quite obviously going in a particular direction, as is that one. I'm not going for that one. Anyone suspicious in the neighborhood lately? She's probably not going to give me an honest answer to any of these. Is anyone suspicious?
Thankfully, no. Only the faithful and the devout come through here. Always have and always will.
Not enough perception. Local rebels, you know, people who killed me. Interesting, because I have reason to believe this district harbors an assassin.
An assassin?
Would-be assassin.
Oh, you must be talking about those awful rebels. People say they're outlaws blending in with honest citizens. Killers and cut-purses of the lowest sort. But why ask me about the... Wait,
catch you later now. Have a good night.
You're not implying that I'm involved with that lot, are you?
She's an elf. Drop the act. I already know the Claviger gave you the key to the cistern. Killer dressed as a mystic. Ring any bells? No, are you? Not at all, but maybe you can point me in the right direction. I already know the Claviger gave you the key to the cistern.
Shit. Let me guess. He wrote it all down? The Claviger was far too trusting.
Yeah, don't write down your crimes.
All right. If you're willing to listen, then I'm willing to talk.
Nice work, Envoy.
Yes, I'm with the Resistance. We have a responsibility to defy your empire, to protect our way of life. For some of us, that means hiding in plain sight, passing messages between contacts, playing a role. For others, it's kill or be killed.
You're sympathetic to your cause, but you more about it. Enough, where's my killer? I've got settled. You're coming with me, dead or alive. I'd be more sympathetic if I knew more about it.
Ask me anything you like, but be warned. You aren't ready for the answers.
Not so sure about that. What does the Resistance want?
To be left alone. Paradis was fine without Adyr. Your empire inserted itself where there was no need.
From what I can tell, it seems to be true.
Turned my brothers and sisters into beggars, squatting outside our own city walls.
Which one of your people? Why target me? The city's full of Adyrans.
None of them are the Emperor's plaything.
Yeah.
You must be special. and not in a good way.
Sends a message that to the Adyrans and their emperor that they are not welcome here. But it's not going to be received that way. It's just going to be received as cause for vengeance, really. Which one of your people killed me? Okay, I don't suppose I get an answer on that, but let's try it.
Egwulf.
Egwulf,
a
okay.
powerful man, but not in the way Adyr understands power. When
Interesting.
he locks an arrow, the gods hold their breath. If you think you can reason with him, don't bother. You have nothing he wants. I have nothing more to say to you. If you're so eager to die again, the one you want is downstairs in the cistern, no doubt sharpening his blade. The door is on the wall to your left.
If you're smart, you'll turn your thoughts into the authorities. No. The authorities would be the Claviger, who is dead. The only other potential authorities are Adyran, and they should have absolutely no say here. Even though I'm technically playing an Adyran, I'm kind of okay with that. Or I'm not okay with their turning up, setting up shop and saying, right, you're going to live by our rules now. It's not cool. You know, unless, of course, we walk into a town where they, like, devoured babies in the street or something, then it'd be a bit different, but, you know. Up to that point. Leave the city isn't safe anymore. Well, there's that, yeah, because you just told me all about the rebels, and I am going after the one who killed me, like it or not. So, yeah, happy to work to a version of it that doesn't involve everybody's liberties being squashed, but also not happy to be shot at, though. Forget it, you're free to leave. You should leave the city, so forget it, you're free to leave. Do what she wants.
You're letting me go? Just like that? Not that I'm complaining.
Well,
Isn't Ada?
How about we go deal with the Nimdude who killed you?
Yeah, I'm a little tired of him using the word Nimdude every 3 seconds. It's getting a bit much now. Smuggler's report. A woman got caught smuggling goods into the city today. Goddamn Adyran Envoy lent their aid to the laughably incompetent guard that was tasked with the inspection. If not for the help from the godlike, I'm sure our contract would have made it into the city just fine. She was hauled away to some cellar or other. I hope whatever fate awaits her isn't too harsh. Don't recall... oh yeah, I remember. You're on the way in by the front gate. She was smuggling grenades for them, which they now won't have, presumably, because I caught them. Okay.
Stale air, thick darkness, and a smell that peels your eyes back. Reminds me of home.
No, I just skipped a bath.
Why are you guys just legging it off in front of me? This doesn't seem like a good idea. Looks quite cool. Now, there's the exit.
Rebels ahead. Stay alert.
Quiet, Nimdude.
Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what to do if it doesn't involve shooting them, to be honest. Oh.
Here we go.
Let's make it somewhat easier. That one.
These people aren't trained assassins. They're just regular people with weapons.
You're trying to kill us. What else do you need to know?
Quite a bit, really. What am I doing? Okay for potions, good. Why they're so eager to just go straight in and get to fight? Ooh. They can't possibly. Why are they so eager to get into a fight that they ought to know they can't possibly win? Equals log 1. Looks like it was penned recently and ripped from its binding. What have I done? I made a terrible mistake. Either the prophecy is wrong or I misunderstood it. Either way, I am damned. I have to hide this journal, scatter it to the sewers where even gods cannot find evidence of my guilt. Forgive me. Ah, and that would be me. Interesting. This is not gonna go... Why would they be sticking their neck out hoping for my forgiveness? Especially if they were...
Watch out. Pressure plates on the floor.
yeah, especially if they were an assassin out to kill me in the name of driving Adyr out of Paradise and the Living Lands, then yeah, I thought that might be locked. Then you'd think that they wouldn't be asking for my forgiveness, but there's something about a prophecy that they suspect is not quite
right behind you.
Going the way they were expecting. So my guess is, well, there's more to this than meets the eye. Got 3.
That should disable the pressure plates.
If you want help burning through that, just say the word.
No, I need it, but still. Journal entry dated several weeks ago. The sources tell me an envoy coming from Ada is strange. What can they accomplish that Inquisitor Ludwig can't? We will have to observe from afar and remove them if they become a problem. We knew this day was nigh. The Empire is coming for us.
Here it comes.
God-like sneaky stab ability. I do, yeah. I've got to get up close enough to use it, though. Sure. Not always the easiest option.
Worth and rocket. Worth and rock.
That it?
Went all right.
You know what that web means. Be ready.
The old nasty spiders, I should imagine. Hmm. Okay. That didn't go the way I was expecting. Okay. Stuff up there, but I am stumped as to how we might get there yet.
Aye, aye.
More ballistic spiders. Fleet to
Keep quiet.
And rock! Oh, no, you don't! And rock!
Well, sure does good work.
And rock! Make worth and rock! Make worth and rock!
See how the spider likes being in webbed.
What about these spiders? Are they threatening enough for you?
The spiders are just trying to survive. Maybe these people are too.
Guts. Not this sucker again.
I sense a Marius lecture coming.
Coming in hot.
Interesting. So it'd be worth it. It's my last lockpick. I'm not quite sure it was. Not quite sure it wasn't either. Depends on what else might be available to discover. Adyran soldier. Ski-night pair. A quiet slave, accept the offering as worthy sacrifice, and darkness I nurture my hatred and drink of its bile. In shadow I unleash it upon those who would control me. In hiding I will return to escape the light scrutiny, and in your name resist the yoke of stifling authority. You see, there you go. There is a god who is not as opposed to life and liberty and so on as Wadicus seems to be. Let's put one. Pretty decent rebel, common grimoire of embers. Don't think there's anything in it. I don't already have Ring of Fire and Meteor Shower. Some of those are quite appealing. Eventually. I think I already have one of these though. Yeah, I'd rather use the grenades for this just while I've got them, because it saves essence in case I need it in a hurry. Speaking of, let's find some food that does a little bit of both. That's probably a good idea. Cool area to explore. Interesting under the water. Not really, but worth a gander. Not climbable. Lower system key.
The big double doors we saw on the way here.
Now, how would you know that? I mean, it sounds like you're guessing, but it also sounds like you know, and that seems a little absurd. Some of the commentary is just like,
remember that time in Emerald
bit
City?
much,
You
know?
let that thief take all our supplies.
He was starving. I wasn't gonna kill a man over a few rations.
We needed our supplies. We almost died without them.
True.
You let your heart get in the way of your survival.
When did you become a poet?
Just blessed day now. Like it?
Still needs work.
Yeah, their back and forth is fine, but you got like Kai offering observations about stuff, which is probably useful to people who are not used to this sort of game. But his commentary is just a bit too like, here, let me tell you everything and kind of spell everything out so you don't have to think for yourself, kind of thing. It's just a bit much. Oh, I see where we are. We're back up top again. I do still have a few questions. Ooh, Like, how am I supposed to get up there? Because there's stuff up there, but I definitely want to get up there to it, but I can't imagine how. I don't think climbing is a thing. I feel like maybe I'm going to be coming back from the other direction before long. Up there, maybe. And there was another room as well, wasn't there? We wanted to explore, but still couldn't get up to that top end. Yeah, it's definitely... like, I get it. They do need to have hints and stuff available, but...
Why would you waste time building a deadly trap when a simple no entry sign would suffice?
Some people have way too much time.
Over there.
It's 11. Probably disables the blades, for all the good it does for you.
Someone there? You're not getting away. Watch it harder.
Worse than raw.
I may have missed the first shot. I did not miss the second one. Still want to find a way up to the upper levels.
You take lead.
The envoy's here.
Xion. Worse than raw. Worse than raw. Hold it. Worse than raw. Worse than raw.
Bang. There we go. There's the dirty trick that I do like doing.
Didn't think that one through, did he?
Got himself seriously burned.
But we made it back to town, even without our supplies.
Not the blessed 8 point. You see a threat, you stop that threat. You don't give it your rations.
You think everyone's out to get you. This is why you don't have more friends.
It's bloody controls, man. I'm not particularly optimistic, but I'm kind of hoping I'll find a lockpick somewhere. Maybe there'll be one in here. Nope. Right, she ain't gonna pick in locks. Don't look like it. Vaguely curious for a second there if I had the ability to craft lockpicks, but I don't.
Eyes open.
I don't suppose there's any benefit to that, but probably no cost either, so no. It's that one there. Still getting the vibe like there is another thing up here, but doesn't like coming in there and then there's that. No, it's just that one. Okay, right. So I'm moderately sure that's the case. Surprise!
You're not getting away.
Says you.
answer.
It was a bit last minute, really, to use that one. Ooh, level 9. Nice. Bound boots. What do those do, if anything interesting? Maximum stamina. Nah. A lockpick! Yay! I wanted one of those. Music's quite cool down here, by the way. Somewhere between a Western and Indiana Jones vibes I'm getting. There's a lot of crafting materials, some of which are useful for enchanting. Enchantment? Enchantment!
Would you have killed that thief for taking our stuff?
Nimdude, someone's up ahead.
Yeah, again, the Nimdude thing's getting a bit much now. Yeah, there's another gate over there. I didn't really do that at all. That went okay. Still nothing. A bunch of stuff, but not what I need. Well, this is the upper level from where we were before. It is. So this is that place I wanted to get to. Cool. Didn't see any bad guys, and they didn't seem to see me either, so I don't know if they were there or not before. Here's the other door, the other way through.
I would have sent that thief on his way without our blessed supplies.
Then he would have died. How do you know?
Jesus. Nearly went not the way I wanted it to. Aha! Ooh. Okay, that time I was glad of the dodge. Yeah. It's kind of leading me right to where I want to be, more or less. It would be possible to not notice that you were where you want to be, I think, here, but in this instance, not how that went down. I was a little confused as to where the fuck I am right now. Okay, so I went down and then I jumped from there, right, okay. We killed the Envoy, and the gods brought them back. What does that mean? They must have some higher purpose, and I too unworthy to grasp it. I failed. Now they're coming for me, and what could I offer them but my apologies and my neck? I've got a sneaking suspicion I may not be killing this would-be assassin. I mean, yeah, technically they killed me and I was dead and such. But also, I'm not dead, so, you know.
Get ready. My money says our assassin's on the other side of that door.
Look, I get hand-holding. That was fucking ridiculous, though. So he's ready for a fight? But at the same time...
So it is true. You're alive. You're truly alive.
Yep.
Spoken like an assassin who's confident in his work.
Well, how could this be? I killed you.
You're asking me? Apparently I have unfinished business. I'm asking the questions here. You owe me answers, justice, and an apology. Yeah. Answers, justice, and an apology. I think we'll go with that for now.
You deserve all of that. And more. Stay your weapon, please. Hear me. Let me speak for Paradise. Then you can decide if we part as friend or as foe.
Speak then, on my authority, you'll stand trial for the murder of an Adyran Empire. Yeah. I'm not dead, though, so is there a murder if you're still up and walking about? It's definitely an attempted murder, but it's not a murder, I don't think. One reason why I should just you. Okay, speak up then, I'm listening.
Envoy, I killed you because the people of Paradise have suffered under the boot of Adyr.
Wasn't it the Clavager's responsibility to advocate for paradisans? Yeah, it's true, but again, he was in no position to do that, and advocacy wasn't getting them anywhere. It was... They turned up with a bigger stick, and when everybody went, hey, hang on about this, they just kind of kicked the door in and kept on marching through, so... not my boot way attacked me, not the ambassador. You think killing me would improve things? None of these are good answers. Do you think killing me would improve things? Yeah, that's probably the best one. Did I though? I mean, if somebody gets shot, dies, and then a doctor shocks their heart or whatever, gets the heart going again and revives them 20 minutes later, say, which does happen sometimes, was there a murder? Generally, we go with no. You have to stay dead for it to be a murder, really. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I'm not saying no harm, no foul. I'm saying, you know, there's degrees here. And I don't think this is really, on account of the fact that I didn't stay dead, I'm not sure it really counts. Definitely attempted murder, though. Anyway, you think you killing me would improve things?
I wasn't sure. I knew I needed to do something. And when your face appeared to me in a dream, I believed I received a vision.
In the words of the sweet Virgin Mary. Do you kill everyone you see in your dreams? No, it's come back to just now. Do you kill everyone you see in your dreams?
This is no ordinary dream. It was not imagination. It was communion. Your face was as clear in my mind as it appears to me now. You were standing under the sign of Adyr. Your feet became roots and reached deep into the soil, wrapping round Ardra in the darkness.
So if an animancer reanimates their victims, can they get away with murder? Well, this is a thing. I think if they're resurrected, then maybe there is something that needs to be explored there. If resurrection is a possibility in the world in question, then I think that does move the goalposts a bit. On the other hand, if we're talking they bring them back as a zombie, then I think that would still be a murder, you know? It depends on the status of the individual coming back, really. like I say, like if somebody were to shoot somebody in the real world and that person were revived 20 minutes later by a doctor, they wouldn't be held on murder. They get attempted murder. So, yeah. I've had visions when I touched Adyran in the Living Lands, and say nothing. In truth, I've had visions when I touched Adyran in the Living Lands.
Dreams, visions, they can be confusing things. I took the vision as a call to kill you in the hopes that I might stop Ardea from conquering this land.
Clearly, you've never heard of a self-fulfilling prophecy before. And look where that got you. Still believe that? I've had a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Perhaps higher education would have given me pause. Stay by hand. Perhaps not. I cannot imagine what the gods want for us, but you are at the center of it. The proof stands before me.
I got a point now.
There's definitely something. It's written all over your face.
Bonnie.
The only thing standing before us is a bunch of well-armed people. Let's take this slow. No sudden movements.
The gods aren't finished with you yet.
Clearly not. Can't believe you killed me for something I haven't even done. Great, thanks for getting me involved in your bullshit. What happens now? Can't believe you tried... Meh. That's kind of the one I want to go for, but I don't want this to end in a fight. Yeah, on the other hand, he didn't kill me for something I haven't done. He killed me as a representative of Ardea for something they are doing, so that doesn't really hold a great deal of water. It's like, yeah, you might not have done it personally, but it wasn't personal. It's just like... what happens? And we were already involved in the bullshit, so what happens now?
You tell me, godlike. You have me cornered, but I will not hesitate to defend myself. Cowardice is not our way.
I do quite like his outfit, though. It's very,
do with it what you will.
Skyrim Thieves Guild. Confess to the Steel Group, maybe they'll show you mercy. Yeah, maybe pigs will fly as well. Take your people and leave before I change my mind. LOA told me the Steel Group have done to the people of Paradise. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of in this vein at the minute. What would you do, Kai and Marius? You killed me, now allow me to return the favour. I'm tempted to ask them what they think. I want to go with this one, though.
If you take nothing else from this, remember that the cruelty of the Steel Garrote has no end. The Adirans have bought most of the
they're a bit
property in
nuts.
Paradise, pushed out many of the families. You installed yourselves at Fort Northreach to police trade and fishing with no authority. Ardea now controls the import of all foreign goods, forcing Paradisans to deal with your people to get them.
That may not be the whole story, but it's part of it.
Such dealings are regulated through Adyran contracts. Contracts that are both deceptive and manipulative. If Paradisans dare to challenge these contracts, we're punished by the Steel Garrote.
Don't sign them, then.
I've committed against you. I will not apologize for striking back at Ardea.
Yeah, the Steel Garrote are problems, no denying that. Well, if they're attacking them for breaching contracts, well, don't sign a contract you haven't read and understood. At the same time, that doesn't really... yeah, Ardea is definitely muscling their way in and not in... they are decidedly unwelcome. Not in all quarters, but in many, and there are better ways to do it. Like, they could have come and, not try to run roughshod over everybody and through trade and that sort of thing, but this is not ideal. Curse is still good. Maybe I'll show you mercy. Not likely. I assume that's going to end up with a fight if I say that. Take your people and leave is about the only option. Let's ask Kai and Marius what they do.
Normally, I'd say if someone tries to kill you once, don't give them a chance to do it again. But I think he's actually come around to something. It's rare to see a real change of heart. Rarer still to have the opportunity to give someone a second chance. Don't squander it.
If you spare him, he'll just kill you again. I doubt you'll get a second chance. Not a huge fan of cold-blooded murder. We survive by removing threats, and this guy is a threat.
was a threat.
You're
I don't know if he
guided
is
by the hearts of
anymore.
your companions, then they too serve the gods.
One sec. Take your people and leave.
You mean it? You have no thirst for vengeance, no righteous desire for justice.
I'm not dead.
You really are full of surprises,
I
Envoy.
won't avenge my death if I'm not dead. It's just, I mean, you'd be avenging an assault, in which case, maybe giving him a bit of a stabby, but in a non-mortal way would be kind of reasonable. But, or equitable, not reasonable, really. But, yeah, killing him when I'm not dead is not... quarrel's not with me, why make a bad situation worse? Tell your people that Adyran's know the meaning of fairness. You made a terrible mistake and the gods saw fit to correct it. And don't question it, just leave. I don't want to go with that because Adyrans are the problem here. A significant problem, anyway. Quarrel's not with me. I'm going to have to go with that one.
You are far more forgiving than I would be under the circumstances. Perhaps you are worthy of this great destiny.
Give him what we can see if he has the same luck.
If our paths are meant to cross again...
Yeah, there's something to be said for that, but...
Big mistake, Envoy. He killed you once. He'll do it again.
When a warrior
I'm not sure he
acts alone,
will.
we mark the occasion with a gift, and in my case, an apology. Please, accept both.
Free. The hare forgives.
What you think I'm a hare?
Ends on the placid shore.
Hares don't turn on the hounds and win. I did.
We twine.
It's more like the hounds chased the hare and it turned out to be a were-hare or something.
Keep setting free all the people who want to kill you.
He doesn't want to kill me. We've made that pretty fucking
If he
clear.
wanted the Envoy dead, I doubt he'd send us away with presents.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm starting to see why your Emperor trusts you.
Yeah, he could come back and the shoe might be on an entirely different foot when he shows up again next time. Like I said. If I wanted to hold a grudge against him for trying to kill me, that wouldn't be unreasonable, but...
How do we know this Empire isn't going to stab us in the back?
Adyrans are true to their word, usually to a fault.
What about the Inquisitor? You really think she'd back down?
Oh, she's gonna kill us. Never doubt it. But we'll give her a chase she won't forget.
Yeah, you're not wrong. No, if I do that... the whole thing will go up. So I'm not going to do that. I don't think for a minute the Inquisitor's going to be a pleasant one, but interesting to see where this goes. We'll see the shape. Oh man. Have a dream, and your help is not going to notice. It's appreciated, but there's so much more to be done. Adyrans will not stop until they've taken control of every last inch of Paradise. True. Not the entirety of the living lands. True. We need more. We do need more to stand against them. Okay. More resources, more arms, more armor, more importantly, more people. I urge you to meet with in person. Between my rebels and your militia, there's no doubt in my mind that we can push these Imperials from our home. Yeah, there is some doubt in mine. To be honest, I'm not like to say. I don't like the way AD is doing things. I don't so much object to their being here as the way they're handling that. But Call to arms. Brothers and sisters of Paradise, it is well past our time to push the Adyran dogs out of the living lands, out of our home. It is only through our bravery and might that our children and their children may live freely instead of being ground down beneath the heel of Adyr. Fear not death, for it is a kind of fate than subjugation. And only through spilled blood will we remain independent of an empire that cares nothing for us. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not how this works. You start spilling blood, they come looking for revenge or pushing back harder at the very least. Kind of hate that I haven't got enough lockpicks, to be honest. It's very annoying. Oh, I had another one somewhere, but okay. My next question, where's the exit? Oh, over there, I assume.
Hopefully you made an ally here today, Envoy.
Oh, I think so.
Seeing them again. You all but guaranteed that.
Unfortunately, I don't think your friends at the embassy will be happy about this.
I never really expect them to be happy about anything. I have some thoughts, Envoy. Let's talk about it at camp.
Congratulations. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a Skyrim door. I'm annoyed that I can't pick that lock, though. So if I had... if they weren't, you know, a consumed resource, the lockpicks, I'd be able to do... I'd almost certainly have a bunch of them. I'd be able to unlock things like that I currently can't. So, back to the ambassador. Oh, crikey, is it that late already? I didn't realise it would take us that long to get through here. Oh, got ahead a level. Intellect's a 5, might's 5. I'd like. Attack speed is tempting, I think. I will push it up a bit further. Because, I mean, perception's nice and all, although I'm tempted to kind of pull some points out of that. And maybe my stamina and put them elsewhere, because dexterity's bloody great. With the boosting your attack speed is just ridiculously good. So I might rejig that at some point. Don't think there's anything here I want. Reduce the stamina, cost of dodge even further. That's kind of appealing, but for now I'm okay, I think. Can I unlock that? Not until level 10. No. I could learn another spell, though. Would I like to learn? Again, I can change things up. Also, decrease the essence penalty even further. That's definitely appealing, but I don't know that I need to do that. I was looking at that before, wasn't I? Currently, it's a minus 20 essence penalty. And it gives me... yeah, and it offsets that by giving me the buff there. So it's basically 0 anyway. Although, yeah. Whereas here, I'm already, it's reducing it by 15 anyway, so I kind of don't need that because I'm not getting a penalty anyway with this particular suit of armour. So, yeah, I'm not inclined to do that. I think Parasitic Staff might be good. Arcane Veil has actually just been nerfed in a recent patch. And it makes your spellcasting uninterruptible, increases your damage reduction by 25%. Yeah. Because previously people were just using it to make themselves almost completely invulnerable builds out of it. And Obsidian were like, yeah, that's not what we had in mind for that, so we're going to dial it back a bit. But amusing nonetheless. I think Parasitic Staff is going to be the way, and then I can up my essence if I want to. I feel like I should take that off and put it somewhere else. Maybe later. That's going to be kind of useful. Alright, what do I want to... Their enthusiasm does make me laugh. Iron chunks... Yeah, I've got a decent amount of cash at this point. I think I'm just going to... Oops. Where's my grimoire gone? Break all this down and... not sell it, I don't think. Just because if I need to turn it into some other type for... I think I've already got that, but I will chuck it back just in case. Yeah, I was going to say something. Oh yeah, just in case I need to craft higher tier gear and use it to high tier upgrade materials. Because I was struggling before to upgrade when I wanted to, and I might be able to do it better this time around, hopefully. Let's find some better looking clothing, but still. I don't think there's a need to use any of that for transmugging. Let's bomb back. We'll talk to what's his name? The ambassador, and that should be a sensible place to wrap it up, which is a bit later than I wanted to. But I thought it was probably a good idea if we can today to finish off our time in Dawnshore, since this is the last of it, I think. Certainly vibes that way. And then probably Thursday when we jump back into this, we can move on. Use arcane ward all the time. Yeah, I can imagine it's useful. Extra boost resistance. Dodging, and I do quite like the whole keep my distance using Tanglefoot and freezing spells and then just back up from them. I quite like that approach. Works quite well. Even on like tougher boss enemies, it seems to be quite effective. If it stops being effective, I can always change my loadout in future, can't I? Yeah, that bit's a result of our helping him out. On the other hand, people are trying to grow food and failing, so his potion is going to be extremely useful, I think.
tell me you brought good news?
Yes.
Oh, Envoy, you return. And you brought a friend. Ambassador Heelguard, at your service.
Always nice to meet an Adyran who isn't trying to goad me into a fight.
What of these rebels? The streets are full of rumors, but your word is the only one
Are they
I
really
trust.
rebels? Rebels implies that they are fighting against some kind of... I mean, yeah, I don't know. What point is somebody a rebel? Also, they're fighting against the legal authority, but which what defines legal authority? There's a point where you can say nothing is legal authority. You go far enough back, I suppose. Let my killer go free. Assassin got away from us. The rebels have a lair under the Temple of Andra. If you hurry, you can take them by surprise. I'll let my killer go free.
You what?
Can't wait to hear how you spin this tale.
Envoy, tell me this isn't true.
He showed remorse. I forgave him. I'm not a monster. He's leaving paradise. Emperor sent me to carry it as well. I don't know an explanation. Killer was following a prophecy. It wasn't personal or political. It was political. He believed the prophecy was in line with his political beliefs. So, yeah. That's not accurate. His political beliefs led to his interpretation. Those who fight empires and rebels. Yeah, I mean, there is that. I was actually thinking of Star Wars because it's the rebellion against the Empire. And then there's the question of whether or not the Empire is a legitimate rule. And in a certain sense, you could argue it is, given that the Senate voted emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor, who then eventually, under those powers, declared himself Emperor, and the Senate backed him on it, or initially, and then regretted it, realised their mistake later, effectively. But yeah, he used the Senate to cement his powers, so arguably his rise to power was the legal and legitimate rule. Yeah, it's happened in the real world on occasion, that, but they're still rebels against it, so yeah, I think they are rebels. They're also, assassinations notwithstanding, ostensibly probably the good guys. I mean, the Steel Garrote are definitely the baddies, from what I'm hearing. We haven't yet to actually meet them yet. He showed remorse, forgave him, he agreed to leave paradise. He showed remorse, I'm not a monster. Yeah, and he's got the right idea, apart from the killing me part. But you know, fighting for paradise is freedom from imperial rule. I'm kind of understanding. Yeah, I don't actually like any of these, but
well, that wasn't your decision to make.
Wrong, it entirely is.
Put him in charge.
Actually, no, the Emperor did.
We needed to answer this challenge with blood. Don't you see what this will do to our credibility?
You couldn't stab somebody with a pen, let alone a sword.
Continue to undermine our work in the living lands without resistance or fear.
Good.
Still, now everyone knows our flank is exposed. Oh my gods, Ludwig is going to eat us alive.
Not a chance. Yeah, he's like, we need blood. This from a guy who couldn't cut himself with a pencil. Moron. I was like, they're undermining our work here. Your work is a freaking invasion, dickhead. Of course, they have every right to fight against it. Dear me. And I like you're the envoy of the Empire, so in that regard, like, it makes sense that you wouldn't turn around and say, well, they're fighting against an invasion. Of course they, you know. But at the same time, that is exactly what the situation is. And because this game is putting you into a specific role as the Emperor's envoy, it does mean you can't really... it does kind of shut you out of taking the right position. Kind of forces you into a role that I, for one, have no desire to support. So I'm in a kind of a weird, illogical position here. But anyway, What's the worst going to happen? Will you stop fretting about the Inquisitor already? If she makes a fuss, let me do the talking. I'll do the talking. Outrank her technically anyway. Outrank everybody technically. Based on the orders of the Emperor anyway. I like that one, or possibly stop fretting about her already. I think that's probably unreasonable, but I think that one. It's the best I've got.
We'll do the talking. The best we can do is grovel.
Well, if she doesn't shut her mouth, I'll shut it for her.
Me here for the groveling, or
there's nothing to be done. All we can do is brace for the inevitable, though it may damn us in the end.
Don't forget why I'm here. The Dreamscourge. Chin up. You're an agent of the Emperor. Never intended to live forever. I do intend to kick the living daylights out of Inquisitor Ludwig, because it seems like it's going to be the dumb thing. Dreamscourge. Never intended to live forever. Yeah, Dreamscourge.
Oh, yes, that. I'm sending you to Fior Messiverno, a community of Valian expatriates deep in Emerald Stair. The Animancers may have some knowledge of the Dreamscourge already. Learn whatever you can from them.
Been years since I learned the basic principles of Animancy. Refresh my memory. Where does Fior Messiverno fit in with the Dreamscourge? What do you expect me to find there? I'll save my questions there. Ready to head out. Refresh my memory.
Animancers draw power from the spirit world. Their dark research can twist, break, and even corrupt the very soul.
Sounds rather like
has no tolerance for
propaganda to me.
And with good reason. Their work is dangerous, heretical.
Now, you see, the dangerous bit, okay, keep an eye on it. Maybe, license or restrict to a certain degree. Heretical bit, you can take that and you can shove it down the toilet where it belongs. You think what you like about it, but it's not the basis for any kind of decision making. I'm still ready to head out. Suppose you work with people you think are heretical. How does one do Animancer exactly?
Animancers tinker on souls using clever inventions and ancient pillars of Ardra, siphoning essence like honey from a hive. They want to change reality as we know it.
It's a
Make us live
broad
longer,
statement.
Or cause barren lands to grow. For all I know,
Seeing a problem there.
onto something. Or, with a single miscalculation, they might destroy us all.
Suppose you'd work with people you think are heretical.
Well,
numbnuts.
You know what they say about the enemy of my enemy? Animancers may be an unpredictable sort, but they are scholars and keenly aware of their environment.
This guy's
no
weird.
mistake. The Empire's at war with the Dreamscourge, and we need allies on our side.
On the one hand, he's like drinking the company Kool-Aid there on the whole, like, Animancers, evil, rightly outlawed. On the other hand, he's like, well, actually, they might be onto something. Which is it, dude? Sounds like a promising field of study, yeah.
You're right to be curious. After all, Animancy is the study of existence itself. Just don't get too curious. It won't reflect well on you in the Empire.
Bug of the
If you
Empire.
have any further questions before I dispatch you to Emerald Stair, now would be the time.
Where does Fior Messiverno fit in? What do you expect me to find there? Start at the top.
My sources tell me the Dreamscourge is a plague of the soul, and souls are their trade.
So it seems to be. I'm curious what these sources
have
are.
Anything in common with Animancers. It's a shared interest in curing the Dreamscourge.
What do you expect me to find there?
Answers. Nothing more. We need all the help we can get.
At least some information
even
anyway.
If it means appealing to Animancers. I believe that covers everything. Governor Vidaro will be your first point of contact. I'm told he's barely keeping the community in order. Seek him out if you need direction. Good hunting, Envoy.
And there we go. I'm guessing we're going to get an encounter with the Queen Bitch now. She looks like she wants to be big and bad, but really I get the impression she's got a stick up her ass. Ooh, she looks interesting though. Fire burning in her eyes. Yeah, she does seem like a bit of a maniac.
Hilgard. Why is it that whenever I hear your name, it's because you've disgraced the Empire?
Oh, wind your neck in, you bitch.
Strangling light. Keep her away.
Yes, I can see she's a problem. She's got that written above her head.
Her. Inquisitor Ludwig. So kind of you to...
Interesting the way he says her name.
While you brood...
Like she's something he stepped in.
This island is coming apart at the seams.
Stay your wrath. Allow me to present the Adyran Envoy, dispatched by the Emperor himself, to aid us in our
Catch you later, guy. Ludwig, your reputation precedes you. Sure it does. Well, let it finish, Ambassador. I want to see where this goes. Nice mask. Where could I get one? The armor is pretty badass, I have to admit. Bow solemnly, no. What bullshit was she prattling on for? Oh, just had fanatical ramblings about grinding the island under boot, I'm sure. Your reputation precedes you.
As does yours. Let me deal with him, and I will get back to you shortly.
I think not.
I can't believe you troubled the Emperor to send an envoy. Haven't you done enough to flaunt your incompetence?
Under the circumstances, I thought it might be...
He is kind of incompetent.
Silence.
Bitch, wind your neck in.
Dreamscourge. A mere fever and chills, leaving the real work to me.
Pack your shit up and leave before I throw you into the ocean with concrete shoes. Experience the horror of the Dreamscourge firsthand. We're going to stop it before it spreads. I agree, I'm not concerned. Let the man explain himself. No, I'm going to... He's kind of incompetent. But he's also part of the problem. I'm not too interested in either of their position. They both need chucking in the bay, really. Yeah, I'm going to put my ore in here.
Even if that were to happen, the living will replace the dead. We will ship them in by the hundreds to fill the empty houses.
No.
Oh, gods, Ludwig.
You nuts.
I have scoured this island and faced the truths from which you cower. The Living Lands is on the brink of total collapse, and you have ignored the discontent in your own city. Now, the Envoy's killer roams
How do you know that?
unpunished, spreading
Somebody ran and tattled to her very quickly. And that was she's got some way of spying on him.
Mine alone.
Awfully generous for the ambassador to take the fall like that. I wonder when this will come back to bite us.
We should be better than this. Leading by example. This island has seen nothing but us at our weakest. What say you?
I say you're batshit insane, bitch. Get out of here. Problems exist because the Living Lands don't want us here. You two should be stronger together than apart. Serve at the pleasure of the Emperor. How do you know so much about what I'm doing? You're being too hard on the ambassador. How do you... any of those I think are going to be forward. I want an answer to this question. How do you know so much about what I'm doing? She's got a nice Bernie sword, though.
I have eyes in every corner of the city.
Yes.
And they
Spies
do not
right now.
rest.
Not as much.
If you're done eviscerating me, you'll be interested to learn I'm sending the Envoy to the Animancers of Emerald Stair.
You are ridiculous. Emerald Stair is under assault by the very wilderness it claims to have conquered. The Animancers cling to pride and tradition even as they dig their own graves.
I can study them, observe them in our environment. You have to get help somewhere. Living Land needs us, not so sure about that. But, well, yes, but you'll take that to be a tacit agreement with what she's doing. I'm not doing that. Maybe my influence can help steer them in a better direction. Animancy could help us fight the Dreamscourge. She always like this. Kind of tempted to do that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go for... observe them in their environment. No, actually, again, that's going to be tacit agreement. Could help us fight the Dreamscourge. She always like this. Tempting. Sassy's not really the way I want to go with this guy. So I think we'll go with help us fight the Dreamscourge.
Wielded in the wrong hands, it could also destroy everything we've built.
You've built jack shit, you crazy
Clearly, I've
bitch.
wasted my time with you, Ambassador.
Undead bitch.
From now on, I will break the frontier on my own terms.
You will not.
You are free to disagree with my methods, but you cannot stop me. As for you, Envoy, farewell.
So she's basically making it clear she's not interested in listening to orders. Because, yeah, speak with the authority of the Emperor, and yet I'm the one being ordered around here. It's like, hang on a minute. I should be putting my foot down, and there's no option to do that. Yeah, she is. The perception requirements have climbed up. Like, not having either of these is a bit annoying because they're really useful in conversation, but they're also only useful in conversation, unless you go in to be a shooty type, maybe. Might have a point. Nope. Doesn't share our concerns about the Dreamscourge. No, she doesn't, unless she knows something else. She kind of likes the idea of everybody being wiped out so that they can ship in Adyrans, basically. People who will follow her way of doing things. So, yeah, your problem, not mine. Well, it will be my problem because I'm going to have to kill her sooner or later. You did have to take the blame for me. I appreciate it. He's kind of incompetent, but no. And it's not a case of blame. She doesn't have the authority to blame anybody. She, outside of her little fucking cabal of nut jobs, she has no authority except what that we allow her to take. And he's so fucking weak, he's letting her run roughshod all over him. Not that he's got any forces to back himself up with. If well, actually, he has got soldiers. But then you've got a fight between Adyr and the Steel Garrote. But they should have been ground under heel long ago anyway. And then you'll have probably the effect of word getting back to High Crown about what happened when you do have the inevitable conflict, which is going to happen. She doesn't share our concerns.
No. She invents a crisis, then runs off to solve it. Usually with bloodshed.
Yes, you're too weak to do anything about it.
The Dreamscourge is more than enough for us to chew on. At least for now. Since Liviana gave you a clean bill of health, you're officially cleared to leave for Emerald Stair.
Again?
Fair warning, Animanters and Adyrans don't mix well. Their kind can be a tad unhinged.
Speaking with the authority of the Emperor means I outrank him. Permission and all this stuff. It's just like, dude, wind it in. I know the type we don't get out much. Yeah, definitely. Stand up for the living lands, try not to make enemies, unhinged is the way I like it. I know the type.
At least you'll have that in common, if nothing else.
They're a fun bunch. Crazy, but fun.
Wonderful. Now I have to keep a tight grip on my soul on top of everything else.
Should you cross paths with Ludwig, well, try not to. I have no idea what's gotten into her.
He's a lunatic fanatic.
Safe travels. I'm told Emerald Stair is beautiful this time of year.
We're done here. We can get to Emerald Stair in no time if we leave now.
Yeah, and if we don't leave, it'll take longer. Yeah.
Still can't believe you're alive.
Okay, so for some reason, yeah, we have to head out this way to the Emerald Stair Gatehouse, which makes no bloody sense, because we're down here, and Emerald Stair's here, so why would we be leaving this way? I can only assume... I mean, you'd think we'd go this way, wouldn't you? But I can only assume that's not accessible because of the Strangle Route, which doesn't really line up with the map, because the Strangle Route's down here. So I can only assume the idea is that we leave this way and then go that way, but it's not here either, it's down here. Yeah, it's down here. Like the map, this map does not really resemble the reality that closely. However, interesting point. Emerald Stair is literally, it's about this big here. It's not very big at all. Well, it's not on the map. No bigger than Dawnshore is anyway. Shatterscarp is this area here. And then Gallowayne's Tusks is this area here. Now, half of the map's not even on the map, so there's that. But that does leave some interesting stuff like this, and this, maybe over here. All of which are... That's Double Fort Northwatch there, wasn't it? all of which are not in the game, so they're really good potential zones that they could design and work on for DLC. Anyway, so the Adamancy method, make your way to Fior Messerberno. So what I'm going to do is make my way to the Sun Embrace Party Camp, and we'll set up and sign off there. Ready for pressing on Thursday. Yeah. That's definitely an issue I have with some of this. It's like, oh, you speak with the voice of the Emperor, blah, 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 but only when you're not talking to people you outrank. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense in some ways. Definitely has me a little bit stumped. I'm not upgrades on any of that right now anyway.
Grinning? Right. Well, stop.
Yes, save that. Cool. So, yeah, that was fun. I'm sliding down a little bit here, as I often do. Move myself over a bit. Yeah, interesting. Quite enjoyed exploring that a bit further. That whole thing with meeting Ludwin and being sent to Emerald Stair, if you haven't gone to see the... the Watcher yet, I'm kind of curious as to how that changes. You know, if you go and deal with all of that assassin thing that we just did and let them go and then go back. I assume it carries on and goes exactly the same way and just leaves you with the optional thing to go and see the Watcher. I don't know. I might try it on my own time, do it the other way around. Yeah, it is a bit weird, that. An errant hair in the corner of my eye. But, yeah, I'm enjoying this so far. Looking forward to checking out Emerald Stair. I did think we would get to the end of Dawnshore today, which is good. That's what I wanted to do. Looking forward to pushing on. And, yeah, we've got, like, maybe a quarter of the game through. We'll see how much content there is in each of the other areas, I suppose. But probably a bit more than a quarter, but in all likelihood. But, yeah. Fun. The dynamic between some of the characters is a bit iffy. I think Kai interjects way too often with pointing out the absolutely bleeding obvious sometimes. I wish that wasn't quite so full on. There's a few bits I would like to see differently. If you've done differently, some of the writing can be a little bit like nonsensical. I don't like the way it shuts you out of things either. There's other bits and pieces like that I'd like to see them iterate on for a future follow-up sequel, which apparently Obsidian are quite happy with the sales numbers, and of course they all have an idea of how much is getting played on Game Pass, and we don't. So yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people playing it on Game Pass. So yeah, interesting. But hopefully it means we'll get a follow-up to this at some point, because if it's doing well, and it's a good game, it just needs iteration, I think. And yeah. Less shutting you out of dialogue options when you ought to logically be able to circle back. Or more like, here are the options that let you go forward, here are questions as well, that sort of thing. So you can get more information out of people. Sometimes that'll be like making sense, sometimes it might not. It might be a little bit video gamey, but it's a good thing to have. And yeah, I'm not a fan of the way the lockpicks work. I know not everybody's into the mini-game thing, but I don't... But for me, I'd rather have that than this consumable system, especially when they're so hard to get a hold of. I always feel like I haven't got enough. Or at least I do on this character. My other character I feel like managed to find more, presumably on corpses and stuff. Yeah, anyway, good fun. Definitely enjoying this. Yeah. I'd like to see, again, in a subsequent follow-up game, one where you're a little less pigeonholed into a role, because I'm like, yeah, you've got to represent this empire that's basically invading. It's like, kind of don't want to, though. I kind of don't like siding with them. It's like, yeah, You're here to represent the interests of Adyr. Adyr are bang out a line. Adyr are the problem here, or one of the problems. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I am enjoying the game. It's good fun. It's absolutely gorgeous. And gameplay is cool. Again, needs a little bit polished, but yeah. So we'll jump back into this on Thursday, I think. Tomorrow night, I won't be here. I'm going to see Opeth playing tomorrow, which should be good fun. And yeah, I'm thinking we'll probably play Fallout on Wednesday, but it depends on how knackered I am when I get home. Because I'll be home with plenty of time, that's no problem. But if I'm, about ready to keel over, that might be a bit different. So we'll see. So provisionally, maybe possibly back on Fallout on Wednesday, but otherwise back to Avowed on Thursday. And if I don't do Fallout on Wednesday, I might do it Thursday or Friday. We'll see. Yeah, it's very, very informative, but we'll see what happens. Notification bell, and then you know what's going on. And I will make sure I put scheduled streams up as far in advance as I reasonably can, and then you know what's going on if you want to keep an eye out for those. Yeah. Until then, however, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you've enjoyed. I'm into this. If you did like the stream and so on and so forth, like, subs, notification bell, all that good stuff, appreciated. Social media links in the description if you want to check that stuff out. Channel memberships if you want to support the channel, really appreciate. And yeah, we'll be back at this very, very soon. So, till then, look after yourselves, stay safe, have a good rest of your evening, have a good day tomorrow, and I'll catch you in a few short days. So, see you next time, folks. Night night.